Estonian bibliography.
Roger hummed softly to himself, groping for the banister in the dark. It was exceptionally slippery tonight and kept slipping away from under his fingers, despite having stood unpainted for years, rough enough to drive splinters. But the fault likely lay in Roger himself, for the steps likewise refused to land squarely beneath his soles and always ended sooner than he expected. None of this spoiled the man's mood in the slightest, however. The song only grew merrier. When one is coming from a wedding, it cannot be otherwise. Roger was no particular friend of alcohol, but the toasting alone compelled one to empty a goodly number of glasses and knocked the nerves somewhat askew from their natural state. On top of that, a further series of supplementary doses that one simply cannot avoid when attending a close colleague's wedding, and so the stairs at home had become slipperier and more obstinate than usual. It was not drunkenness in any serious sense of the word, but rather a jolly looseness that he willingly let settle into his body. Without any particular exertion, the merry wedding guest nonetheless reached the second floor. There he fiddled a while with the door, searching for a fitting slot for the key, then stepped with a lightened stride into the entrance hall. He switched on the electric light and tossed his coat onto the hook. In the large mirror, his tall and slender figure warped into a crooked arc and his forehead stretched to a meter's length.
My, what a sight!
Roger grinned, but leaned closer to the mirror glass all the same and examined his temples with a sharp eye. Did he truly already have grey wisps among his curly locks? Miss Usen had categorically affirmed this at the banquet table and had even offered to pluck out one such hair to provide tangible proof of her words. Things had not gone that far, of course, since the young lady had her engagement just around the corner, and it would have been unseemly to lean so close to a strange man in front of everyone. But she stood by her words and asked him to check in the mirror at the first opportunity, if he did not trust her. The mirror, however, was rather hazy, and his eyes hazier still, which meant Roger failed, despite great effort, to isolate any unusually colored strand from the tangle of hair. No matter, he thought. We shall look tomorrow. They will not vanish anywhere overnight. He reached for the light switch, but just then remembered that he had come home with a small errand after all. He had promised Miss Usen to convey greetings to the happy bridegroom, the young lady's future life companion, Mr. Robert Tenzing, as soon as he got home. They lived in adjoining rooms, Roger and Tenzing, and therefore fulfilling the young lady's request presented no particular difficulty. Roger glanced at the clock. It was only 12:30. Tenzing might very well still be awake. He knocked cautiously on the door, knocked a second time and harder, but no sound came from within. The gentleman might be asleep, or just as well out. He had been so terribly busy of late, with meeting after meeting. They will keep until tomorrow, Roger thought, those tender words.
Estonian.
He hummed under a quiet mute and stepped away from the door. But his drowsy eyes caught on something on the floor, something rectangular and blue on the yellow carpet. Overcoming a certain difficulty, Roger bent down to the floor and seized the blue object in his hand. An envelope. An ordinary cheap one, the kind sold for 1/2 cent. On the blue background stood bold red letters. Mr. R. Tenzing here. Roger thought for a moment, then slipped the envelope into his pocket. Safer this way, he thought. It could get lost or end up in the rubbish. Then, with slow movements, he switched off the light and, stumbling a couple of times on the yielding carpet, swayed into his own room. Getting undressed also took longer than usual this time, but at last Reaching the soft bed where freshly changed linens exhaled a clean scent of laundry, he felt extraordinarily comfortable. His head buzzed pleasantly and soothingly. A sweet weariness wandered deliciously through his bones, and beneath his heart all was soft and good. Yes, indeed, that Tenzing could count himself happy in every respect. A girl like that Usen, she does not fall into just anyone's lap. Bringing one like her into the house is like bringing in the sun, beautiful and radiant, cheerful and full of spirit, yet not the least bit foolish. No, if anything, too clever and perceptive. Why else had she sent her suitors packing so easily until she finally settled on Tenzing? With that man, one could truly begin to live. Surely the girl already understood that. A well-known politician, a minister on more than one occasion, with the very best connections and acquaintances, respected and esteemed in every quarter. With such a man it was worth staying together for good. And barely 50 years old is hardly any great age that could become oppressive to a young woman. A perfectly young man. No one could say otherwise about Tenzing. Roger daydreamed to himself, sinking ever deeper into drowsiness. If only he too could someday reach so far, so, in every way, in career and a woman's love, in social standing and political position. Of course, there was no reason to complain about his present situation either. The lot of an experienced journalist was not so very contemptible, no, not at all. But to Tenzing's station there was still quite a stretch, a good deal of ground. There was time yet. Of course, a few years past 30 is really still a boy's age, and who knows, if one were to start ploughing one's furrows with real determination, where one might end up. Ministers and other high officials had emerged from the ranks of journalists before. But right there, Roger smiled even in his drowsiness and stretched himself more comfortably under the blanket. What thoughts a person can have when he starts seeing dreams while still awake. No, no. Let those ministers and other distinguished gentlemen stay well aside. He would manage just fine on his own. What he had was already quite good and fitting enough. Why start climbing and needlessly wriggling out of one's own skin? In that pleasant awareness, all of Roger's daydreams faded, and he sank into a heavy, dark sleep. The next morning, Roger was up early. Monday is typically a harder and busier day for a journalist, and therefore one had to be in harness in good time. Moreover, the previous day had seen a number of important consultations regarding the survival or fracturing of the government coalition, and one had to familiarize oneself with everything quickly in order to cast all the results and decisions into proper form by the appointed hour. Roger approached all political twists and skirmishes with essential impartiality. He had neither the inclination nor the leisure to bind himself to any party's creed, yet he felt a lively interest in the increasingly fermenting and effervescing political life, and as the political editor of Uus Isti, he had to deliver his sharp editorial thrusts consistently to the left or to the right. This was all the easier because Uus Isti sailed outside all parties in neutral waters, and its editors had entirely free hands regarding all party combinations. At the present moment, the political ferment promised a rather powerful storm. The Citizens' League, the most right-wing among the parties, had raised the banner of revolt against the coalition and threatened to recall its representative from the government if its demands in the area of social legislation were not met. The League did not have a particularly large representation in Parliament, but its departure from the government would have meant an unavoidable crisis, and to prevent this, the other parties set every wheel and lever in motion. Roger hastily dispatched his sandwich and coffee. The landlady had already set out rolls on the table early, and then stepped briskly into the entrance hall. He listened at Tenzing's door for a moment, and then gave a few cautious knocks. Tenzing should have the freshest information about yesterday's consultations. He was, after all, one of the leading figures in the Citizens' League, and it would be useful to acquaint himself with it before heading to work. No sound followed the knocking.
Hello, are you asleep?
Silence. Roger peered through the keyhole. There was no key in it. He tried the door. It was locked. Well, I'll be damned, he thought, already out on the run so early. He gave a few more quick rattles of the door handle, then threw on his coat and went out. It was a late autumn drizzle. The clouds clung to the rooftops and the bare branches of the trees dripped with water. The rows of houses slouched drowsily and wearily. Even the town hall had hunched over somehow mournfully and blinked sleepily with its single golden eye. The clock face, where grey veins of water shimmered. Behind those veins of water, two melancholy hands were just pointing to the 9th morning hour when Roger reached the editorial office. The reporters were already hanging on their telephone receivers, and in the Foreign Affairs room, a half-asleep editor was crackling through a tangled thicket of radiograms. Roger settled behind his desk, lit a cigarette, and laid out his plan of action. First, he needed to call Bertelsen, the leader of the radicals, since the mood of the coalition's chief figure could provide the most direct leads. Then a conversation with Tenzing. Then a brief visit to the Speaker of Parliament. Then a cautious sounding out among the socialists. Right then, off we go. Bertelsen was still at home and, as was clear from the very first sentences, in a rather sour mood. Nothing definite had surfaced yesterday. The Citizens' League was bristling and haughty, would not yield to any compromise. Let the devil eat them. Otherwise there would be no trouble. But this Tenzing was clinging to his demands like a unicorn's horn and would not retreat a hair's breadth. Nothing was known for certain, however. Last night the Citizens' League had held yet another consultation in a smaller circle, and word had it there would be a wider meeting of party officials this morning. We shall see what good or ill comes of that. This news put Roger in a cheerful mood. The more suspenseful the situation becomes, the more favorable the paths for a journalist's cutting edge. So that was why Tenzing had such fierce winds under his feet that he hardly had time to sleep. Who knows, perhaps certain prospects for higher rungs on the ladder were opening up. Well, yes, if a crisis comes, then... Trrr! Roger snatched up the receiver.
Hello, this is Oos Easty. May I speak with Mr. Roger, please?
Speaking.
Ah, good. Good morning. This is Wiedik speaking. Listen, my dear sir, I have a small personal request for you. You live in the same building as Mr. Tenzing, do you not?
I have that honor.
Well, you see, the thing is, we have a rather mad situation. We don't know what has happened to Mr. Tenzing. Last night there was to be a small consultation of the Citizens' League. Tenzing promised without fail to attend. He only had to go home for a bite to eat and come straight back. But we waited for him in vain. He never came. We assumed he was tired, or something else had come up. This morning a decisive meeting of League officials was scheduled, and none of us doubted that Tenzing could possibly be absent. He had such important duties. But now we have been waiting here for over an hour, not a trace of Tenzing. There was nothing for it but to ask me to turn to you. You do live nearby. Have you seen him or heard anything? Has illness befallen the man, or something else?
Roger drew his brows together. Something dark pressed beneath his heart. After a brief hesitation, he gave his answer.
That is strange indeed, Mr. Whittick. I had assumed Tenzing was so tied up with your meetings that he had no time to stay at his flat. Because last night, around 12:30, he was not at home, or was sleeping like the dead. At any rate, my knocking produced no response. This morning he was certainly not at home, because the key was not in the lock. I assumed he had already hurried off to some consultation at an early hour. If he is not there with you, then the matter is truly strange.
Very strange. Well, we shall wait a bit longer and then we must go and look. Forgive the disturbance. Good day.
Excuse me, by the way, is there anything new regarding the coalition?
Nothing definite. Without Tenzing, we are reluctant to take any decisive step, and therefore we must wait a little.
Thank you. Good day.
Roger sank slowly into his armchair. Indeed, a bit odd, this business. Of course, Tenzing was very fond of all manner of combinations, and who knows what maneuvers or stratagems he had afoot again, where he had to go or with whom he had to speak. But still, one could not be sure. In any case, it would be useful to bring some clarity one way or another. Quickly assembling a brief bird's-eye overview of the progress of yesterday's negotiations, for which, as a seasoned man of affairs, he had more than enough existing information, he hurried to the editor-in-chief, tossed him a few sentences characterizing the situation, gave a couple of reporters small assignments, and then rushed out. First and foremost, he directed his steps to the cafe. This was the place where the more intimate intelligence about city events converged, and Roger hoped that perhaps something more substantial had come to light about Tenzing as well, over a cup of coffee. It was still early, and the cafe's public rooms had not yet reached their peak. But people sat at the tables in fairly dense numbers all the same, and in the back corner room, Roger found a group from whom he could obtain the most direct information. A couple of members of the Citizens' League Central Committee, and an elderly gentleman who was likewise known to be on the closest terms with the League's men. The news was not particularly cheering, however. Tenzing had not appeared on the horizon, and Whittick had gone to the missing man's flat to gather more information. The meeting had been left on hold and postponed to the evening.
The coalition gets to see the light of day for at least one more day,
The elderly gentleman remarked caustically at the end of the conversation, to which the other gentleman responded with a self-assured murmur of laughter.
Time well spent, time well spent.
Roger muttered absently and rose to his feet. He cast a quick glance into the other rooms, and finding that hardly anyone here could know anything pertinent, he stepped out onto the street with a slow and pensive stride. In and of itself, it is laughable, he thought, that one could become uneasy over such a trifle. Someone fails to appear at a meeting and has vanished from sight for one morning. What is so extraordinary about that? It happens so commonly, and it would be absurd to start thinking heaven knows what every time it occurred. Yet at the same time, Roger felt it would be quite impossible to go back to the office and settle down to work. Some inexplicable agitation tickled his chest and set his nerves on edge. Was it merely the hollow curiosity of a reporter which made itself felt from time to time, or truly the premonition of something more serious? No, he must stop by the flat. Besides, it is only a 5-minute walk. He turned up his coat collar, hid his face from the misty rain between his lapels, and quickened his pace. The streets were wet and slushy. People crisscrossed this way and that with their umbrellas. Automobiles crept cautiously from corner to corner, and their shrill blasts sent many a startled pedestrian darting across the street in a sudden leap. In the entrance hall stood Whittick and the landlady in helpless postures as Roger stepped in, shaking the flaps of his coat.
Well, what's the situation?
Damned business.
Whittick cursed in a booming bass voice. He was a middle-aged, rotund gentleman, the League's energetic and enterprising head of propaganda, who served the party more out of personal pecuniary interests than on account of principled convictions. But having spent years among party officials and continually dealing with their ideology, so much party varnish had accumulated in his brain that he could scarcely think or act according to any other platform.
A party man by force of necessity,
as he liked to define himself in more intimate circles.
Still no sign of Tenzing?
Asked Roger.
Good heavens!
The landlady exclaimed plaintively from the doorway.
Who knows what terrible thing has happened to our gentleman? The door is locked, and the gentlemen say he absolutely must be at home. But he isn't. Anyone can see that. It's the devil knows what.
Widdick spread his hands.
It's clear that Tenzing was supposed to be at the meeting today, or if for some reason he could not come, he would certainly have sent word.
Roger smiled cheerfully, although he felt it did not quite come off naturally.
Now, no need to get so dreadfully serious straight away. The old fellow will turn up from somewhere and bring the crisis winds with him.
That's exactly the trouble. This way the whole crisis effort can go to ruin. Parliament sits this evening, and if by then... Well, yes, it's really quite a sin to speak of it so openly to you, but it makes one's blood boil.
No bother.
Roger smiled and tried the door once more, peered through the keyhole.
He's not at home, I tell you.
The landlady fretted, crumpling her hands beneath her apron.
Haven't seen him since yesterday morning. Did you this morning?
Roger inquired.
No.
The old woman cut in impatiently.
Why would I make a fuss? Already at 6 o'clock this morning I tried the door. It was locked and the key wasn't in it either. The gentleman hasn't been home all night. Even the biggest fool can see that. Prickly old dear. She'd bite your nose off.
Widdick muttered under his breath. Roger grew thoughtful.
Did you happen to hear yesterday evening whether Tenzing had been at home?
Heavens, I told you I saw him in the morning, and after that, not a peep or a stir.
Roger peered through the keyhole once more. Through the narrow slit, all that was visible was a patch of wall on the far side. One chair lay overturned on the floor, its 4 legs reaching upward toward the ceiling, clearly visible. This made Roger's eyes sting.
Very well,
he said briskly.
There's nothing else for it. The door must be broken open. It truly seems that something suspicious is going on. The police must be notified.
No other way about it,
Widdick confirmed, and it was certainly born of restrained agitation when he jerked his coat collar down with a sharp tug and freed his hands from his gloves with abrupt movements.
The police!
The landlady gasped, and her hands fell out from under her apron as if of their own accord.
Dear God, now it's really...
Be perfectly calm, madam,
Roger cut in with stern decisiveness.
And go away now. I shall speak with Mrs. Grunwald later.
Contrary to all expectations, the fierce madam somehow hunched herself up meekly and vanished behind the door in an instant. One could only hear her pacing anxiously back and forth across the kitchen. Roger strode toward his own room.
Mr. Widdick, please step in here,
he said.
I shall telephone at once.
The duty constable let out a clearly audible gasp of surprise when he heard such an unusual report concerning a man like Tenzing. He promised to be on the scene promptly with the appropriate assistance.
Have a seat,
said Roger, lowering the telephone receiver onto its cradle. Widdick settled himself down restlessly, coughed a couple of nervous barks, was about to launch into a longer speech, but then pulled back and only said in a bewildered tone,
Mad business.
Roger felt somewhat uneasy. On the one hand, he was vexed by the thought that all this was merely a naive and groundless commotion. Tenzing might appear in the doorway at any moment and laugh them all out. But on the other hand, the overturned chair cut through his heart, those 4 legs reaching up toward the ceiling. Tenzing was not the sort of man who would go tossing furniture about on his own. No, He was such a poised and even-tempered gentleman.
Is that fierce madam your housekeeper, then?
Widdick started up a conversation on a random topic to dispel the silence, which was growing awkward.
That she is. A good old dear, only rather sharp-tempered. She has served us faithfully for a couple of years now. The owner of the flat is a certain widow Grunwald, of German extraction and finer stock, as they say. She does not live here herself, however, but has sublet the entire flat. Besides myself and Tenzing, on the other side of the corridor there lives a professor, Muger, you may have heard of him? As quiet as he is a serious scholar, who only leaves his pair of rooms twice a week. Mrs. Grunewald herself boards with her daughter. That way the income is greater. The flat is her property, purchased from the landlord some years ago.
I see.
Widdick exclaimed, as though he had heard something quite surprising, but he caught his unjustified enthusiasm at once and let his tone drop to indifference.
It comes to mind that Tenzing mentioned something of the sort once. Doesn't the widow have a son who—
Roger drew his lips into a smile.
Just so. A sapling that has grown somewhat crooked from the family tree. He is a great left-wing activist, nearly got into Parliament once. He has taken on an Estonian surname and now pursues those affairs with quite vigorous enterprise. The widow is said to have placed him under a family ban and severed all ties with her son. You must surely know the fellow. Peter Grunwald.
It comes to mind. I have seen him at some meeting or other. He is no great orator, as I recall.
That he is not, he is, so to speak, more of the terroristic and conspiratorial persuasion. Prefers throwing bombs to words, huh?
Roger broke into a grin and was about to add something more detailed when a bright chime of the doorbell rang from the corridor.
They're here.
The constable had acted quickly. A locksmith with jingling tools had been brought along, as well as another policeman whose body, swollen to an impressively solid girth, barely fit through the door frame. A few explanatory words were exchanged, during which Roger tried as far as possible to keep his agitation in check and justified the breaking open of the door merely as,
just in case to put friends' hearts at ease. Surely there is no reason to fear anything more serious.
The locksmith set to work on the lock with great professional skill and his bundle of picks, but the job did not go quite as smoothly as one might have expected at first. Whether the lock was especially obstinate or the master not deft enough with his fingers, in any case, both of the locksmith's wrists were quite limp, and beads of sweat stood on his forehead before he managed to shunt the stubborn bolt aside. It took a fair while, and Roger began visibly to fret, even tossing out a few irritable remarks. But when the door finally did open, he nearly had to push the constable aside and storm in first. He caught himself in time, however, and let the authority of the law cross the threshold. He even waited until the stout policeman squeezed himself into the room, then slipped in behind, almost side by side with Widdick, whose eyes had already gone round as saucers in the corridor from burning curiosity. Already the first glance across the room was sufficient proof that the forced entry had not been in vain. In the middle of the floor lay 2 overturned chairs. A third had been shoved far into the corner by the window, where it had evidently struck a flower stand and sent it toppling. A cracked flower pot lay yellowing on the floor, its soil scattered across half the room. The writing desk had been pushed out of place, and a sharp-edged rectangle of unworn varnish cut into the eye. Several papers and books had tumbled from the desk to the floor. The inkwell had tipped over and covered the pale green surface of the desk cloth with a dark blue stain. Something extraordinary had occurred. Of that there was no doubt. A tingling urgency seized Roger's entire being. It was not so much fright as an anxious intuition that he stood once again before gripping events. He felt that a certain indefinable joy, too, was burrowing a nest in the hollow of his heart, though he tried to suppress it with earnestly moral indignation. Of course, poor Tenzing. He had clearly fallen into criminal clutches, and who knows in what perils the unfortunate man might now be suffering. But to Roger, this self-assured politician had never become a particular friend. A certain coldness and reserve had always prevailed between their words and encounters, even though as neighbors they got along well enough. And so, standing in the ransacked room, Roger felt no extraordinary grief or terror. He merely noticed that his curiosity and his nerve for excitement were running at a high pitch.
"Well, well,"
said the constable, surveying the room with a keen eye. He paused at the untouched bed, where the snow-white pillowcase and the dark blue blanket formed a fine and colorful composition. He opened the wardrobe, where freshly pressed suits stood in orderly rows, a dinner jacket, a morning coat, a tailcoat. He pulled open the chest of drawers, rummaged through the stacks of collars and dress shirts, opened the writing desk drawers, sifted through piles of papers, and said once more, in a perfectly indifferent tone,
"Well, what do you think?"
asked Wiedik.
That much is clear. For now, it's hard to say anything definite. In any case, something has happened. That seems quite certain.
Roger smirked.
Something has definitely happened to our Tenzing, Vorbola. Yes. Who knows? But what exactly?
Wiedik stammered in alarm.
Well, let's not think the worst just yet. But just in case, you'll need to postpone your political agenda a bit. At least for a couple of days. Devil take it. This is a terrible business.
The constable examined the details of the room a while longer, left the giant of a patrolman on guard inside, and asked everyone to leave. He then hurried to the telephone and informed the relevant authorities in detail. Member of Parliament Robert Tenzing had vanished without a trace since yesterday evening. The disarray of his room showed clear signs of violence, apparently. Well, who could say? But in any case, the arrival of investigating authorities on the scene was extremely necessary and urgent. The motley crew of examining magistrates, prosecutors, and criminologists was soon on the spot. The news of such a prominent man as Tenzing's startling disappearance seized everyone with extraordinary curiosity, and for that reason the entire apparatus was set in motion with the utmost speed. They first interrogated the fierce madam with full thoroughness, but the shaken old woman could explain nothing more than she had already told Roger. She had last seen the master yesterday morning, and after that, not a peep nor a sound. She had been out briefly in the afternoon, at the bathhouse, but since the bath attendant Campson had fallen ill, with a chill, the bathing hour had been cancelled, and she had hurried straight home.
What time was that?
I left at 2 and came right back. It's just here behind the town hall.
And was there nothing to see or hear?
Everything was quiet, God himself knows.
When was Mr. Roger home?
Roger thought it over carefully.
I was at the office all day yesterday. I came home around 6. Then I changed clothes and ate a quick supper. Tenzing didn't appear to be home. At least there wasn't a sound from the next room. At 8, I left the house and got back around 1. I knocked on Tenzing's door then, but got no response, the same this morning.
Does anyone else live in this apartment?
Professor Muger, he should be home.
Bring him here, please.
The professor was very annoyed at being so rudely disturbed. Currently deep in the ancient world of Sanskrit suffixes, he could not for the life of him understand why the most mundane men of protocol had suddenly thrust him out of his pursuits. Grumbling and stroking his beard, he finally roused himself from behind his towers of books, pulled on a long dressing gown, and appeared before the questioners. He eyed everyone sourly and suspiciously, casting a particularly disapproving glance at Roger, whose frivolity and empty-headedness had already caused him annoyance on several occasions.
Were you home yesterday, sir?
The professor drew his eyes behind angry furrows.
I am never anywhere but at home.
You were here all day?
All night, too.
I see, that is good. Did you happen to hear anything during the course of yesterday? Well, any sort of loud conversation, noise, commotion, a cry for help?
Thank heavens, no.
Not even the slightest thing?
I said no.
Did you happen to see Mr. Tensing from here during the course of yesterday?
Haven't seen him for several days, and besides, this whole business doesn't interest me in the slightest. Do you wish to ask anything else?
That will do for now. Thank you very much.
The professor departed grumbling, the tails of his dressing gown flapping angrily. What did he care about some Tensing or any other man? Let them sort out their own affairs. Leave a man in peace at his work. What disrespect for scholarly work and for a man of science. Cultural poverty. They did not neglect to question the building's other tenants, the janitor, the janitor's wife, the landlord, but nobody knew anything about what had happened. Nothing suspicious had been heard, not a single voice or commotion. Even the people living below Tensing's room had noticed nothing unusual. If a chair gets knocked over, or a flower pot smashed to pieces, surely one ought to hear that. And yet chairs had been overturned, and the flower pot in the corner smashed to bits. On Sunday morning, everything had still been in order. The whole business must have happened during the course of the day. They were faced with a riddle. Even a thorough search of the room's details yielded no results. Ordinary correspondence, official papers, manuscripts, not a single mark that might have pointed even slightly to traces of a crime. They turned to the residents of the neighboring building as well, but everyone found the matter a great surprise. No, not the slightest thing suspicious. Not a single automobile. Not a single group of men, not a single unusual sound.
Strange,
the examining magistrate murmured.
Very cleverly done. There is no doubt. Violence has been used. But who, how, on what motives? This investigation yields not a single thread. There was never any word of Tensing keeping large sums of money at home.
Roger was able to say with certainty.
Definitely not. He preferred to keep all his money in the bank, only carrying small amounts in his pocket for daily expenses. He even settled his rent through the bank.
I see. We shall in any case continue the investigation with full vigor and hopefully will soon be able to bring some rays of light to bear. If indeed nothing has happened that would mean the very worst for Tensing, then there is still much we can salvage. But just between us, Mr. Roger, was there never anything suspicious to be noticed around Tensing? Any sort of connections, threats, or anything of that nature?
I noticed nothing. Tensing was entirely devoted to his political work and all his battles were fought in the public eye. Moreover, he had been in very good spirits lately. His most recent political campaigns had produced very good results. Just the day before yesterday, we discussed many things at length, and he had the rosiest of prospects. This whole affair has therefore come completely unexpectedly, most of all for Tensing himself.
And there the matter rested. The officials dispersed. Widick and other close friends who had arrived in the meantime walked out onto the street deep in thought, and Roger rushed to the newsroom to set his pen ablaze. And only upon sitting down at the editorial desk did something leap into his mind that at first fairly made him start. After staring at the blank sheet of paper for a moment in utter rigidity, he dashed off a few paragraphs about today's strange affair ready for print, seized his overcoat and flung it over his shoulders, and bolted for home. The whole building was still abuzz with the unexpected bombshell that had so mysteriously exploded in the well-known party leader's apartment. Outside the front door, a cluster of people stood, eyes wide and agitated voices in their throats. The janitor had made himself into an authoritative figure and was dispensing his opinions to the bystanders, thrusting them forth from behind his pipe stem so decisively and persuasively that only the most daring and quarrelsome ventured to take opposing positions.
Plain truth,
Boomed from behind the pipe stem.
I told my old woman ages ago. Politics isn't the sort of business where you can lie peacefully in bed and wait for angels. Ho, ho, look at how they were hunted down and chased back in 5. Be like a rat hiding in its hole, and anyone can come along and crush you flat with his heel. It's such a rotten trade. Devil take it. Plain truth. Are you a socialist? Then the bourgeois are after your soul. Are you bourgeois? Then the socialists lie in wait and set traps. Or if you're somewhere in between, then both the socialists and bourgeois squeeze you. Even worse. And Tenzing was a fierce man. Oh, plain truth, with such a fiery temperament that he could sometimes give his opponent such a wallop that you wouldn't dare wait around for a second blow. He had plenty of enemies, that gentleman, that much is clear, and they've gone and played him a fine trick now, that's for certain. Plain truth, that's the direction the stench is coming from, sure as sure. Why else would—
Ah, so the socialists pulled this stunt, did they?
Someone interjected with cold irony and disbelief. The janitor spat, shifting his pipe to the other corner of his mouth.
Socialists, or whoever, the likes of you can't figure that out. But party men are in the game. Even a blind man can see that. Or what do you think? Some ordinary Joe could be behind this. A robbery or what?
Well, money is the sort of thing people do even worse things for.
Oh ho, did they rob the money then? What did they drag the gentleman off for? And Tenzing didn't keep money at home. The landlady herself told me so once in plain words. Just a few crowns tucked between the pages of his wallet. He takes them out with his fingertips when something's really needed, to fetch milk or buy a bit of sausage. And who keeps money at home these days?
You haul your millions to the bank too, do you?
Someone needled from behind.
Naturally, rascals like you are always ready to pounce. Of course I take it to the bank. And every man who isn't a complete fool puts his kopecks in a safe place. That's plain truth, and barking won't change it.
But maybe they just carried him off to string him up. Who knows what villains are about? Maybe the poor gentleman's already done for. Oh, heavens!
Fretted a little old woman at the corner of the cellar stairs, clapping her cheeks in great agitation. She took the matter quite gravely to heart, and was the most frightened of all by her own terrible imaginings.
You never know these days.
Who can keep track of it all, these grand folk?
Bah!
The cobbler living in the basement corridor finally managed to put his own opinion forward.
I don't believe one thing or the other. Now there's a wonder. A man's been gone half a day, and right away such a commotion, as if the whole earth had been set on fire. He simply went off somewhere, you know, having a bit of a spree, as it always is with these grand folk. You know how they are. Drink for days on end sometimes, flat on their backs, can't even stick their nose out.
Mr. Tenzing was a teetotaler. What nonsense you talk.
The janitor snapped irritably.
Oh, sure, a teetotaler. In front of you they're all virtuous and proper, but you just watch when they get among their own sort. Then it's litre after litre. We know these teetotalers. You'll see, the gentleman will surface soon enough. Eyes a bit blue and heart in a sorry state. Ha! There's your robbery and criminal business. Damn it!
The cobbler suddenly took on an angry tone.
The likes of us could disappear for a year, and nobody would bat an eye. But when some bigger nose happens to sit even half an hour longer somewhere comfortable, the whole city is set running in a panic. To hell with the whole lot of it.
This kind of talk cut the janitor to the quick.
Look who crawls out of the woodwork with his drivel. Ho, ho, my dear fellow. The man's been gone a night and a day, his room all torn apart, furniture overturned, inkpot smashed, curtains ripped down, bookshelf knocked over. And he talks about the man being out on the town. Who was it rampaging through that room then? Crazy talk. And what's more, Tenzing never touched a drop. I'd stake my head on it.
That head of yours is just about all you could stake for such nonsense,
the cobbler shot back venomously.
I'll stake it gladly, and give you a taste, too, of what a proper head looks like, and not a tar bucket like yours. Plain truth, a criminal is on the loose. The whole street is being searched, and he says the gentleman is sitting pretty somewhere. Well, go fetch him from there, then, if you're so clever. I say we won't be seeing our Tenzing any time soon, and that party men are in the game, as sure as I'm standing here. Just you wait, just you wait.
And so the talk continued outside the front door with the expert participation of bystanders. But in the corridor and on the staircase the commotion was even greater. Here it was mainly the womenfolk discussing things, and so the conversation revolved around far more intimate topics. One particular madam appeared to be the most competent on these matters and had taken the thread of conversation firmly in hand.
As if I don't know. I saw him several times going up these stairs with a woman. She was tall and lanky with a painted face. Once I could hear giggling and carrying on already from the downstairs door. Then they came up, past my door, always tee-hee-hee and tee-hee-hee. They just reached the back staircase when I quietly opened my door. Well, yes, the same woman in a long coat, a real sort of... She came here several times, sometimes alone, sometimes with the gentleman. No good will come of this, I thought right away, when an older gentleman starts running around like that. And now look, women like that are proper devils. They'll take the very last hair from your head. Our gentleman is in her clutches now. Who knows what scheme she's set in motion or what she's trying to get hold of.
Oh dear. Then there's no saving him. Once a woman like that gets involved.
Came sympathetic sighs.
I had a tenant just like that once. A good lad he was, but once he started carrying on with women, I just kept throwing him out of the apartment. That's how far he'd sunk. Well, yes,
the madam continued.
That's how men go. Who would have thought it of Tenzing? Such a serious and respectable man, and so famous, oh Lord. But there you are. She knew how to lure him. And if it were at least something worthwhile, a coat on her back, otherwise just a lanky thing, and probably painted up too. Oh, she was painted up all right. Heavens above.
Came the rock-solid assessment.
That sort.
And such a fine man.
A handsome man.
A clever man.
Just at that moment, Roger reached the corridor and whisked through the gaggle of women with quick strides.
That one's the real rogue,
they whispered in front of and behind him.
Women in his room every night. He probably did in that Tenzing too.
But Roger had neither time nor inclination to listen to his own indictment. Quickly and with nervous haste, he opened the apartment door, crossed the corridor in a few steps, and slipped into his room. He was panting from the fast walk, and the flush in his face rose even more hectic and agitated. He flung open the wardrobe door and thrust his hand into the pocket of his dinner jacket. Damn it all, how could he have forgotten? The blue envelope, which he had found outside Tenzing's door last night. Of course, already halfway there, battling through the crowds, the whole fuss had struck him as slightly absurd. Letters come in all sorts. Did this envelope really have to be connected to something extraordinary? Some simple meeting notice, a bank statement, a party invitation? Very possible, of course. But that did not calm Roger in the least, and he kept up his brisk pace, because it was precisely on this day, and as he recalled, the envelope had been without any official letterhead, plain, addressed in a somewhat clumsy hand. Who could tell? Roger rummaged through the pockets of the dinner jacket, the left, the right, felt around in the breast pocket. Not a single paper. He then yanked the entire dinner jacket out of the wardrobe, spread it on the bed, and conducted a thoroughly meticulous search. Turned all the pockets inside out, on the jacket, the waistcoat, and the trousers. But not a single paper. not a trace of the envelope he sought. Roger stood still beside the bed. His hat had slipped askew. Strands of hair poked out from under it onto his forehead. His coat-tails hung at odd angles. His scarf had ridden up to the nape of his neck. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to think. He had been wearing his dinner jacket yesterday after all, and he remembered with absolute certainty that he had put the envelope in the left pocket of his dinner jacket, with his right hand into the left pocket. Or had he been so drunk that... Wait, of course, he had meant to slip it into the dinner jacket pocket, but got the overcoat instead. Roger grunted and thrust his hand into the left pocket of his overcoat, but it was empty. He tried the right, the same. He plunged both hands with a kind of panic into the side pockets. There were only gloves and a box of matches. How strange. Had it been a dream, then, that he had found an envelope on the floor, a drunken hallucination? Roger waved his hand in irritation. A couple of glasses of wine don't turn a man into an imbecile. The envelope had been on the floor, that much was certain. And the fact that he had picked it up and hidden it in his pocket, that too was fact. And yet there wasn't so much as a scrap of paper in any of his pockets. Roger looked around, under the table, under the wardrobe, rummaged through the papers on the desk, opened the wardrobe again, turned over every last corner, stuck his hand absent-mindedly into the pockets of his other suits as well. Not a sign of the mysterious letter. But then, just as he was stooping at the wardrobe and lifting his head out, he noticed some kind of torn scrap of paper with a ragged edge on the floor behind the wardrobe's base. At first he looked at it with an absent gaze, his thoughts elsewhere, but then he noticed that the scrap was a strangely pale yellow color, a shade he himself never used, and he slowly picked the little piece up from the floor. It had clearly been torn from the margin of some letter, or was a tiny fragment of some letter torn to pieces. Of the top line, only the lower halves of incomplete letters remained, but then followed a line that was perfectly intact, and Roger fixed his eyes on it as greedily as he had perhaps never scrutinized anything in his life. H-E-L-S N-K-I-V-O-R-I-K-A-T. Helsinki. Roger retreated a couple of steps from the wardrobe and sank heavily into the armchair. When had he ever had dealings with Helsinki? When had he received letters from there? And when had he torn such letters to pieces? Letters he had never even received? Everything was spinning in his head. With confused eyes, he once more fixed his gaze on the strange scrap of paper, and now he noticed that 3 more words from the address slightly further down were quite clearly legible, although the lower parts of the letters were partly torn away. Be careful, Nilsson, was written there in rather clumsy letters. The sentence had clearly been left unfinished. The remainder had evidently ended up on another scrap when it was torn apart. What a fine business this was turning into. Roger fingered the strange coded message a while longer, then carefully hid it between the pages of his wallet and walked pensively to the kitchen where the fierce madam was bustling behind clouds of potato steam.
Keep up the good work. Well then, are you very frightened, madam?
Oh, pshaw,
the madam said without lifting her head from the soup steam.
Quite right, no need to get too worked up, but people are quite beside themselves. The whole street and corridor are buzzing with gossip.
Well, yes, them. I wanted to ask, you haven't had a chance to tidy my room yet today, have you?
This brought the madam out from behind the stove. She quickly wiped her fingers on her apron.
Oh, yes, sir. That hasn't been done. This whole business here has thrown everything off. I only pulled the blanket over the bed, didn't get to sweep. I'll go right away.
There's no hurry. I was just asking. But by the way, no letter was delivered for Mir Tenzing yesterday, was there? In the afternoon, say? Or perhaps at midday?
No, the postman didn't even come yesterday.
Aha, but did anyone just slip something through the door? Some man or woman or…
I don't know anything about that.
Fine. And nobody unfamiliar came by here this morning, shall we say, during the time I was away this morning? Or now, before I came back?
Haven't seen anyone here, apart from those gentlemen who…
Yes, them of course, but I meant during the time I wasn't home.
No, I've been in the kitchen the whole time. Nobody has come by.
Good. Well then, that's fine. Don't you worry then, and cook up a proper meal for lunch. What's on today?
Pea soup?
With ham?
Yes.
Splendid, good day.
Well, there's a pretty kettle of fish, Roger muttered to himself as he stepped out onto the street. The room hasn't been tidied, but the envelope is gone. Someone has been in, a complete stranger, and made off with the little envelope. Because it had been in his pocket, of that there was no doubt. Who was the thief? When? What was the motive? But he too had a thing or two. Helsinki, Vuorikatu 12. Be careful. Nilsson. Very well then, let us think this over and come up with a proper plan. He set off at a brisk pace back to the newsroom. At that same time, on the rocky shores of Finland across the Gulf, a great and sweeping popular movement had erupted, threatening to subjugate the entire country to its demands and dictates. The movement had originated in the most northerly corners of Finland, where the people are harsh and blunt by nature, headstrong and unyielding in their wishes and convictions. Since the epicenter of the movement became a small town in northern Finland, Lapua, the entire uprising soon acquired the name of the Lapua movement. The chief ambition of the Lapua men was the eradication of communists from Finnish society, and this patriotic categorical fist did, by and large, carry out its platform. The Lapua men had many weapons at their disposal, but their most beloved was the so-called deportation. A detachment of men would set out, seize some communist activist, drive him to the border of the Soviet Union, and leave him there. But it was not only communist activists who were deported. Many other Finns also suffered this fate, Finns who had in some way or another incurred the Lapua men's displeasure as enemies of their common cause. On such occasions the deportee would be taken to some remote spot, usually the Lapua headquarters, held there for several days, threatened and harassed, coerced into giving the required promises, and then the wretch would be released to go home again. The government authorities were either powerless against such vigilantism or unwilling to take more forceful action, for Lapua's reach extended to the capital itself and imposed its will there too. News of the Lapua men's exploits naturally reached Estonia across the Gulf with great speed and stirred up considerable commotion there as well. It was therefore quite natural that when Tenzing's disappearance became known in the city, associations with the Lapua movement immediately arose. Tenzing was a sufficiently influential politician to be a thorn in the side of more than one party, and a little deportation could yield considerable benefits, especially when one considered that the Lapua men extracted all manner of promises from their deportees, even signed pledges. Why not give Tenzing a little journey too, to force him to comply with certain demands? and so the evening papers appeared with blazing and sensational headlines. Distinguished politician in the clutches of villains. The Lapua movement reaches Estonia. Left-wing assaults of violence, and so forth. Only Uusi was somewhat more restrained than the other papers, and had settled on the headline, Mysterious Disappearance of a Member of Parliament. There followed long and detailed descriptions of Tenzing's apartment, the ransacked furnishings, and the results of the initial investigation. Tenzing's political activities were described in broad strokes, his extremely sharp antagonism with left-wing elements, and it was quite openly suggested that the perpetrators of the violence were certainly to be sought from that quarter, though they wisely refrained from saying which left-wing party might be involved. Surely a precise address would have been named, too, had there been any more precise information. Uusi was far more cautious in naming suspects, but could not resist noting that political hallmarks were not absent from the crime. Such, then, was the almost universal opinion. A direct influence of the Lapua movement in Estonia, even if in a strangely inverted direction. In Finland, the deporters were the right-wing patriotic element. In Estonia, it was the left-wing cosmopolitan circle. But this contradiction did not fundamentally unsettle anyone. A weapon can be wielded by anyone, regardless of who invented it. Guns belong to both communists and monarchists, so why not deportation as well? Especially when this method of combat had been tried and tested and had yielded good results. Everyone was nevertheless astonished at how the perpetrators of the violence had managed to conduct their affairs so that not a single trace had been left behind. Not a single thread. The news had been telegraphed across the country to the most remote corners, but nowhere could anyone report anything suspicious. No unusual automobile had been seen, no suspicious characters moving about. It was therefore concluded that Tenzing was being held in hiding somewhere in the city, in some well-concealed refuge that no one could easily peer into. It was hoped that Tenzing would soon reappear, though there were also voices that feared the very worst, that this gentleman would never be seen again. The prevailing opinion, however, was that there was scarcely cause to fear for the politician's life. If this affair indeed bore the characteristic marks of the Lapua movement, then foul play could hardly be assumed, for the Lapua men did not kill, and there was no reason to. Why burden oneself with such a risky sin when the same result could be achieved with far less effort? The whole city was in an uproar, buzzing with agitation. Rumors were already flying that the threat of abduction hung over many other prominent party figures as well. Let that be a warning. And the more left-leaning private citizens were forced, for the time being, to withdraw modestly within the walls of their own apartments. Even in Parliament, poisonous and furious arrows flew toward the left. All the more reason not to show one's face in public during such a storm. So the janitor, who had been holding forth with his authoritative opinions in front of Tenzing's building, had struck exactly the right note, and one could imagine how his chest and head swelled with extraordinary pride when, that evening by lamplight, he began reading the fresh newspaper aloud to the old woman. That evening, Roger retired to bed early. The day's crisscrossing troubles had lodged a dull heaviness in his brain and pressed him almost of their own accord between the sheets. But sleep was still far off. A leaden weight lay upon his head, yet it did not chase the thoughts away. They came as an even heavier burden and circled relentlessly. He smoked cigarette after cigarette. The ashtray beside his bed was full of ash and burnt stubs, but the more the stale haze of smoke gathered in the room, the more agitated his nerves became. Was it a political act? Possibly. What was strange or impossible about that? But it was not this problem that weighed most heavily on Roger's mind. His threads of thought bored chiefly into the notebook where that strange little slip of paper was hidden. He had deliberated with considerable effort and anguish whether to hand the document over to the authorities or not. In itself, it was perfectly clear that an unavoidable duty demanded he go to the investigating magistrate and surrender the little paper strip. There really could be no other course. And yet, he left it undone. He could not explain to himself in any clear-cut way the reason for such conduct. He found it even impermissible and unlawful, yet under some inexplicable pressure and force, he kept the document in his own pocket all the same. At least until tomorrow, he had thought. But why until tomorrow? What might change in the meantime? And what was he going to do with that strange address during the night? Now, lying sleepless in bed at night, staring at the ceiling, he thought it all over once more with full thoroughness. But his thoughts whirled about in his head in confusion, veered away from the main subject, pressed irrepressibly into other mysterious territories. Who had delivered the letter on Sunday? How had that person gotten into the apartment unseen and unheard? Tensing could not have been home then, for the letter had apparently been left between the doors, from where it had fallen to the floor. Or had the letter accidentally fallen during the violent abduction? 1,000 questions. But even worse, who had then taken the letter away again today? And when, for hell's sake? The only time was when he had been at the editorial office in the morning, surely not while the authorities had finished their investigation and everything in the apartment had gone quiet. But the landlady had been home the entire time. Nobody had come. Not a soul had stirred. Someone must have had a key to the apartment. Then it would be possible to sneak in secretly and rummage through the cabinet. But who the devil? Damn it all, Roger muttered, lighting another cigarette. Why hadn't he thought to take the envelope first thing in the morning? Then everything would undoubtedly have been clear. Surely the letter contained quite enough to make it worth the risk of peering straight into the lion's den through all the dangers that morning. Or was this all merely fantasy? The letter might have ended up who knows where among some papers and would turn up some day. But that address. It must have fallen there accidentally this morning from the very hand of the person who had been rummaging through the cabinet that morning. For the landlady was exceptionally meticulous and would undoubtedly have picked up even the smallest scrap of paper from the floor. On Sunday, nothing could have been left there, not by any means. Helsinki, Vuorikatu 12. His thoughts tangled into a single knot, hammered round in circles, and from behind them a woman's slender figure suddenly emerged, large-eyed, with rounded little bow lips. Miss Uusen. Yes, the poor girl was in trouble now. The engagement would inevitably have to wait for better times. There was nothing to be done. She had come toward him today on the street, flushed, her eyes even larger than usual.
Is it all true, what they're saying?
True, things are bad for mere tensing,
Roger confirmed sadly and sympathetically.
Oh dear. What a business. What do you think? How or what?
I don't know what to think. A baffling affair?
He explained the whole business in detail. How he had noticed the disappearance, how suspicion had crept into his heart, how he had then taken the appropriate steps.
Just think how fascinating,
Miss Nilsson had then exclaimed, and this exclamation had rather startled Roger. There was more joyful curiosity in it than alarm or concern, and her eyes too sparkled with tense excitement, with a thirst for news, sadness. No, there was certainly no sadness or fear in them. A peculiar girl, Roger had thought upon parting, her fiancé in the clutches of criminals, yet she was beaming with delighted curiosity, as though he were not even an acquaintance or someone dear to her heart. Or did it only seem that way? Did the girl know how to skillfully push her feelings behind a mask? One way or another, Roger felt that such behavior was very much to his liking. Strange indeed, but he was becoming quite cheerful. A pretty girl, a sweet girl, a splendid girl, he had murmured to himself, unable even to understand what the splendidness consisted of. Roger turned onto his other side and pulled the blanket over his head. That is how women are, just exactly how they are. She hangs on your neck, darling dearest, yours forever, and promises to bind herself to you for eternity, to bear all life's cares and hardships together. But the moment you vanish from the horizon, even into mortal danger, she runs about breathlessly, eyes gleaming.
Oh, just think how fascinating. What a marvelous affair.
Yet despite everything, Roger still felt, even now, pulling the blanket over his eyes to coax sleep, a rather cheerful good humor that Miss Nilsson had expressed herself in just that way. It occurred to him that had he told the girl about his mysterious address right there on the street, his heart would have overflowed with joy. Yes, that address. What on earth could it point to? Did the abductor's threads reach that far? Finland? It was hard to believe, yet some kind of connection must exist here. For the clever fellow who had come to spy on the blue envelope was most certainly in close league with Tenzing's abduction, and only he could have accidentally dropped that little slip of paper. Or had he, standing right there by the cabinet, taken the letter from the envelope and immediately torn it to pieces so that in case of being caught, the important document would be destroyed? Ah, poor fellow. He did not even know that he had shed onto the floor precisely the most important little scrap, where the address stood in clear letters. The most important? Perhaps. Roger sat up abruptly. Perhaps they had sailed with their precious quarry straight to Finland. Mr. Tenzing sits somewhere on Helsinki's granite shore in some back room at Vuorikatu 12. There he is most safely hidden until the time is ripe. No one would even think to guess. In one's own country, it is always hard to escape the most watchful eyes. Somewhere a crack always opens, but in the land of their kinsmen, one can be undisturbed and secure. Just so. At that moment it seemed to Roger that no other reasoning could possibly exist. Nowadays it was so easy to dash unnoticed across the gulf, under cover of night to some inlet at Kasmu or Loksa, from there by motorboat or sailboat, landing wherever the heart desired. Roger felt how sleep vanished completely, and his heart valves threatened to leap off their hinges. Now that would be a story. For a journalist, such a fist in the eye and a bonbon under the tongue that you could not ask the stars themselves for anything better. Leave all the authorities behind with their fruitless searches, be across the gulf in a few hours, and there cautiously begin to prowl that most promising Vuorikatu. Perhaps he would unexpectedly bag the kind of quarry that other colleagues could wait a lifetime for. a journalist as the solver of a political crime. Our newspaper's editor succeeded, on his own initiative and through great dangers, in illuminating the affair that has kept the entire nation in suspense all this time. Something like that would be written, and what an explosion it would be. Citizens would read their eyes out, and the authorities would go mad with envy. It was the inborn journalist's blood that blazed alight in Roger at that late hour. The passion for extraordinary cases, the urge to drag unprecedented stories onto the printed page from where no one else would even think to look. The hunt for sensation, the charge along the tantalizing trails of the sensational. Roger nervously lit yet another cigarette and turned on the lamp at his bedside table. Of course, in a small way it was a sin to circumvent the judicial authorities like this, but that morsel could be taken upon one's conscience without necessarily having to go to hell for it, especially if he managed to put his document to such use that no criminalist could wield the rake more skillfully or more productively. And he had that much faith in himself. It had been said before, you would make a fine rival for Nat Pinkerton, when in his spare time he had sniffed out the kind of machination that was hidden behind the 7 locks of political secrets. And the Finnish language was on his tongue. Helsinki was more than familiar to him. Very well, full steam ahead. It would really be the height of folly to let such a morsel slip past under his nose, especially when it had, by the grace of fate, fallen straight into his lap. Anyone with a shred of healthy instinct and a thirst for the fresher forms of life's adventures simply could not sink into the sweetness of sleep in the face of such possibilities. Oh, yes. And if one further considered the extraordinariness and unprecedented nature of the circumstances, a journalist uncovers the secret of a crime entirely on his own, independent of the authorities, whose every effort had come to nothing. 1,000 blazes. Roger's tender nerves hammered fantastically vivid images against the inside of his skull. Mysterious dens, dreadful faces, death at every step. Gradually but steadily, he draws closer to the knot, through dangers. At one point, he is even in the jaws of death. But cold blood prevails. The revolver muzzles drop. He escapes out onto the street. Vuorikatu, of course. He too has a revolver in his pocket, absolutely. He puts 2 firearms in his pockets, one smaller, one larger. A Nagant, let us say. And he must alter his appearance as well. Otherwise someone might suddenly recognize him and ruin everything. A deep fur cap, a grey overcoat, a fistful of necktie, tied in an extraordinarily fancy knot. Roger smiled. Nat Pinkerton, devil take it. Sherlock Holmes, take it or leave it. How the imagination can work when the nerves are inflamed by extraordinary affairs and the night is like a ghost outside the window. Who knows, though? It might all be nothing but half-fevered fantasy. The address might be entirely coincidental. The whole dreadful document, nothing but an innocent and naive scrap of paper with no connection whatsoever to Tenzing or his abductors. But, be that as it may, a little trip to Helsinki would do no harm in any case, even if it turned out that everything was groundless. At least his heart would be at rest, and there was no danger of making himself ridiculous, since nobody knew anything about the matter. He alone, only he. No, a little trip to Helsinki would be delightful in any case. It absolutely had to be done. This decision calmed Roger noticeably. He stared a while longer at the lamplit ceiling, finished his cigarette, then extinguished the light and pulled the blanket over his head. Now he managed to coax sleep to his eyelids. The next day, the fantasy and the night's vivid imagination had vanished, giving way to sober and cool calculation. Yet one thing remained firm despite everything. Helsinki must be visited. This was relatively simple to arrange. Finland happened to be in the grip of a very exciting political situation at the moment. The entire country was caught up in the fierce battles of an election campaign, and for Roger, as political editor, it was easy to justify the necessity and inevitability of a trip to Finland. After all, Estonia's domestic politics were closely intertwined with Finland's, and it was imperative to delve more closely into the political intricacies of the kindred nation.
Yes,
said the editor-in-chief.
that is true enough. It can't hurt. How long are you thinking of staying?
Roughly 4 to 5 days. A week at the very most.
Rather long.
But if one goes at all, one ought to delve thoroughly into everything. A superficial observation would be of no use whatsoever. Going for just a couple of days would be pointless. One must make visits, penetrate behind the scenes, lift the smoke screens. Otherwise, one simply cannot get a proper overview.
Well, yes, that's true. Let us try to arrange it then. When would you set off?
I think there's no point in dragging it out. Right now, every minute is precious. The ship leaves tomorrow. I should take that one. I'd be in Helsinki by tomorrow afternoon, and the day after, you'd have the first dispatch of the freshest information in hand.
Very well.
The preliminary arrangements did not take much time. By noon, Roger was done with the official part. There remained only a few personal preparations to make. Whether due to the lingering echoes of the night's fantasies or because sober considerations gave cause for it, the procurement of a revolver he took up nonetheless as a genuine task. Never in his life had he dealt with such a sudden need for weaponry, but now he found that, just in case, a little creature in the pocket would do no harm. Who knows how and what? With the small nickel-plated firearm in his breast pocket, Roger was about to set off for home to eat lunch, perhaps for the last time on the dear soil of his homeland, when he suddenly remembered that he had left a very important matter undone. He slipped back to the editorial office and rang the Koduma Bank.
Could I speak with Miss Nilsson?
I am at the telephone.
Ah, then I've had extraordinary luck. Can you guess who is speaking?
I haven't the faintest idea. You have such a strange voice, Mr. Roger.
You are very sharp. I had no idea my voice was so familiar to you that it could seem strange to you. Well now. But what is surely even more disconcerting is that someone like me should suddenly trouble you by telephone.
It is dreadful indeed. You haven't got some kind of ghastly news, have you?
No, certainly not, unless you consider it ghastly that there is still not the slightest trace of Mr. Tenzing.
Not the slightest?
Not the least. The authorities have done everything possible, but not a single ray of light flashes from anywhere. A very mysterious affair?
Roger struck a quite serious tone.
I feel for you sincerely, Miss Nilsson. This whole business is understandably extremely sad and disturbing for you. Have you managed to recover yet?
I'm trying. In any case, I couldn't sleep last night. All manner of visions and dreadful nightmares were galloping through my head.
Only natural? It wasn't the most pleasant night for me either. With such things happening right next door, us not exactly comfortable, but I actually wanted to speak with you about other matters as well. You see, I am leaving for Finland tomorrow.
Finland?
Yes. Things are in such a whirl over there that I can't manage otherwise. I must go personally to look over the whole business. Tomorrow evening I'll already be in Helsinki.
How lucky you are.
How so?
You can fly freely wherever you please and wherever your heart desires, while don't think I'm going to turn spiteful with envy. I wish you a good journey.
Thank you very much. But in connection with that, I would have a few words of substance to say to you. Now. Don't be astonished and don't be alarmed. Nothing bad. Just a few innocent words. Could I meet with you just for a few minutes?
Meet? What do you mean by that? I can't take a position so suddenly.
Quite right, of course. It is really very discourteous and presumptuous of me, but I have a thing or two to tell you that I would rather not touch upon over the telephone. That is why. If, for instance, you could tell me when you would be home this afternoon, I could stop by your place. For a quarter of an hour, I won't intrude longer than that.
This is really very intriguing. I'm already trembling with curiosity, Mr. Roger. But I'm afraid the situation is such that I simply cannot receive any male visitor in my home at the moment. Things being what they are.
Very well. Perhaps somewhere else, then? A cafe, for instance?
No, certainly not that. You understand, I'm sure.
I understand. Especially at a moment like this. Quite right, that won't do, but I don't know what to do then. In any case, I must see you before my departure.
A brief silence followed on both sides of the telephone line. Then, somewhat bashfully,
But if it is truly that important, then please don't think too badly of me. I could stop by your place. It is really the most indelicate thing, but under the circumstances, it is the safest.
Roger exulted, silently, to himself.
That is splendid. That is naturally the most acceptable arrangement. I simply didn't dare make such a suggestion. I am very grateful to you. When would it be possible for you to come?
I'm free all afternoon. Well, let us say 5 o'clock. Does that suit?
Divinely, as they say. I shall expect you at 5 then. And please do forgive me for such a brazen assault, but what can one do? Circumstances.
Think nothing of it. Think nothing of it.
Roger set the telephone receiver on its cradle with joyful agitation, and from that moment on, there was only one churning problem in his brain. What important topic on earth must I invent for this young lady? Just so it was. Roger had nothing extraordinary to tell Miss Usen, and of the true purpose of his journey he could of course say nothing. He was possessed only by an irrepressible desire to see that young lady, to exchange a few words with her, and certainly before his trip to Finland. Why? On what impulse? Roger had no leisure to deliberate over this. He felt only an unceasing compulsion to stand face to face with that unfortunate bride, let the ostensible reason for the meeting be whatever it may. He would think of something. It was not exactly commendable to exploit a friend and fiancé's misfortune in order to... Well, yes, but after all, he had the rescue of that very friend underway, a consent to unknown adventures that might end in heaven knows what. Even mortal danger might come into play, who knows? And therefore he had every right to speak a little with the rescued man's sweetheart before the decisive battle. Perhaps he might even gather useful material for the operations ahead. Roger did notice that these justifications were all transparent self-excuse and deception, that the real motives were singing an entirely different tune. But he was hard-hearted enough to elevate the false reasons to something worthy even in his own eyes, and to dismiss the true ones with a wave of the hand. Miss Usen was punctual. Scarcely had 5 ringing bell strokes sounded from the town hall into Roger's room when the doorbell rang at the same moment, and Roger was in the corridor as though stung by a needle.
Good day, miss. I do hope you are not terribly cross with me.
Give me time. Give me time. That depends on what this important news is.
Then all is well. Please step this way. My lodgings are just through there, a few steps.
There could be no talk of removing the coat. The young lady strode so quickly in the indicated direction that Roger's corresponding request remained hanging on his lips, and she seated herself so nimbly in the armchair that there was no longer any point in raising the matter of coat shedding.
Now then, Mr. Roger, you must seize upon the matter at once, and without any preamble. I have been sitting as though on burning coals the whole time. What is the news?
In truth, it was Roger who sat on those coals that Miss Usen called burning. but he was skillful enough to hide his bitter predicament behind a suitable mask, and so he settled himself in the corner of the sofa with great composure and ease.
It is, of course, extraordinary that you had to make such an unusual visit. But I hope you will understand me once you hear the reason. Would you care for a cigarette, miss? From genuine domestic production?
No, thank you. I don't smoke.
This was said so firmly and coolly that the young lady suddenly seemed somehow foreign and distant to Roger. At the wedding they had spoken in an entirely different tone, and the sparkle and exuberant banter of that occasion still echoed in his ears like sweet music even now. But now her eyes held a bitterly serious gleam. Across her face was cast a kind of hard-woven, old-womanish severity, and on her tightly pressed lips there played a harshness and even peevishness. And even during today's telephone conversation, she had been ever so much warmer. Roger felt his good mood beginning to rebel, and a desolate gloom rose up beneath his heart. Now there was no saving the situation with some trivial small talk. He would have to serve up something genuinely serious and believable, suited to her mood. But never mind. Devil take the girl.
The matter is this. It concerns your fiancé, Tenzing, to some degree.
I knew it.
No, there is no cause for alarm, as is generally believed, and I have no reason to see it differently. No great danger currently threatens Tenzing. A minor political complication, modern methods in the partisan struggle, and nothing more. The gentleman will turn up one fine day, hale as a turnip. There is no doubt about that. Of course, the whole affair is quite distressing and extremely vexing for Tenzing and everyone else, but one ought not to think of any particular danger. Moreover, there is hope that the authorities will soon pick up the right trail. It was already hinted at today, more or less. Although they are being very cautious with information in the interest of the case itself. And so Tenzing will perhaps be freed from his tormentor's clutches sooner than expected on the other side. All of this should be quite reassuring for you as well. And, you see, it was really for this reason that I wished to have a few words with you. Tenzing is my friend, and I consider it my sacred duty to be a comradely support to him in all bodily afflictions. Therefore, that is why I could not do otherwise, and had to explain the unfortunate disappearance to you as my friend's fiancé, just as it stands, so that you would not fall prey to all sorts of alarming rumors and needlessly ruin your peace of mind. I am, so to speak, a self-appointed guardian. But my heart would not rest until I had spoken with you about all of this. Will you forgive me, perhaps, for this bear's service?
Roger rejoiced, silently, to himself. He had managed to extricate himself quite admirably after all, even though at the start of his speech he had not had the faintest idea what to seize upon. Smoothly and nimbly, the ostensible reason had come to his tongue quite plausibly after all. True chivalry, in the most shining sense of the word.
So, Miss Nilsson, that is the reason for this intrusion,
he added with earnest solemnity. Miss Nilsson smiled faintly, almost imperceptibly, and fingered the large fur collar of her coat. Her grey, fine-knit gloves gave her fingers a supple elegance, and Roger could not restrain himself. His eyes lingered helplessly on those fine, sinuous little miracles. What fingers, after all?
Thank you very much for your kindness and your comradely self-sacrifice,
said the young lady at last, casting a cool, half-ironic glance into Roger's yearning eyes.
But I have been quite well aware all along of how much danger threatens Tenzing and how much does not. And I must tell you that I cannot take the matter quite so coolly after all. None of us knows what sword hangs over Tenzing at this moment, whether death or merely a game. Who would dare to say? It may be so, but it may just as well be otherwise. On what evidence do you believe that it is all merely a bit of harassment?
Evidence. Well, yes.
Roger smiled knowingly, as though that evidence were right here in his desk drawer, needing only to be taken out.
Nothing strictly concrete, of course, but taking the general situation into account, today's political methods of struggle, in Finland, for example, then no one can retain any doubt whatsoever.
Miss Usen gave an empty little smile.
Yes, that situation. Finland and Lapua. Of course, one cannot argue against it. It may be so. But only may. Nothing more than that. It may equally well be many other things. There are all sorts of crimes. I am independent-minded enough to be prepared for the very worst. It is, of course, very noble and generous of you to care so for your friend in his difficult hour, but you really cannot paint this matter in very pleasant colors for me all the same.
Was she then truly shaken to the depths of her heart, Roger wondered, despite that scene on the street yesterday?
No,
he said aloud.
I have no reason whatsoever to feign any pleasantness for you. The matter is troublesome and worrisome enough, and I already said as much earlier. I only wanted to express my firm opinion that there is no cause to fear anything dreadful, anything so, well, where a matter of life and death might come into question.
Anything might come into question.
This was said curtly, coldly, and dismissively. The words vanished from Roger's mouth, and at that moment he even felt that the whole disappearance affair could indeed take a very catastrophic turn. He felt it all at once, on the spot, as if someone had shoved the entire state of his mind sideways with a sharp push. In place of the half-playful adventurer's thirst that had animated him even on the journey to Finland, a far more serious attitude toward the whole affair appeared, and he sank back into the corner of the sofa, quite startled, listening on his own. Strange girl, he thought to himself, his thoughts scattered, peculiar.
Yes, but...
was all he said, and fell silent. Miss Usen seized the thread of the conversation from that point on.
You think, of course, that my bridal feelings toward Tenzing make my imagination more tender and timid than it really needs to be. In that case.
A categorical, almost angry note appeared in the young lady's voice. Her little head was tossed defiantly back. The corners of her mouth twitched provocatively. Splendid girl, flashed through Roger's mind.
In that case,
the young lady continued,
I can tell you, Mr. Roger, that as a bride I couldn't care less about any of this. I am no bride at heart. I have...
A small stammer cut into her voice.
I am actually glad if the whole thing were to fall apart. Yes, Mr. Roger, that is how it is. Since you have already taken it upon yourself to be a steadfast knight to me as a bride, you must also know that you have strayed onto somewhat the wrong path. I hope, of course, that I can trust you completely, and that this confession of mine remains only between us. But now forgive me, I must go.
The young lady rose to her feet. She was agitated and sharp tremors flickered in her cheeks. A grey-gloved hand was thrust quickly across the table, and Roger could barely grasp it before it was already pulled back, and her slender figure vanished behind the door. Roger had not been so bereft of manners in a very long time. He remained standing dumbly behind the table, and did not even attempt to escort his rare guest to the front door. The young lady's brusque behavior had knocked him completely off track. He even felt his heart beating rapidly and a tightness in his throat. And he noticed once again that the somewhat light-hearted and overly cheerful attitude with which he had taken this whole affair until now, it had been mainly a thirst for adventure and an amusement-seeking curiosity, melted away and gave way to something far more serious and deeper. He sensed subconsciously that in Miss Usen's behavior there lurked certain secret threads that led to a more crimson reality than anyone had generally supposed. both regarding Tenzing and Miss Usen herself. Roger leaned thoughtfully against the edge of the table and lit a cigarette. Did the young lady know more about the whole disappearance than anyone else? Her initially icy and cold manner of expression and later agitation, was it merely disapproval aimed at an unwelcome suitor, or something more? Yes. Roger took a few nervous steps around the room. He should have questioned her more closely, revealed at least the true purpose of his trip to Finland, shown the mysterious address. Perhaps the young lady would have been shaken by all of it and disclosed something significant. But now it was too late. To go looking for the young lady again would yield no results, and, who knows, perhaps it was all mere conjecture, and the young lady's peculiar behavior was caused by entirely different circumstances. In any case, Roger felt that his attitude toward Miss Usen had changed noticeably. The frivolous, flirtatious mood had been swept away. He saw the girl in an entirely new light, a light that penetrated deep beneath the heart and stirred a painful longing.
Girl, wonderful,
he murmured quietly to himself. And right there, he felt a new, hitherto unknown strength and will surging through his veins. Miss Usen was free after all, her betrothal entangled with compulsory burdens. Who knows, perhaps? Roger did not think further, though he felt trembling hopes looming before his eyes. And at the same time it was clear to him that behind Tenzing's affair something was dawning for him too, new and unprecedented vistas for his own destiny. He left this unanalyzed for now, contented himself with a vague subconscious sense, but that was enough to seize upon the next steps with full seriousness and energy. Now just to strike with his fist. Tomorrow it begins, the plunge into the great unknown. It was the season of autumn storms, but on this day the Gulf of Finland apparently could not be bothered to start its raging. The sky was deeply overcast. A sparse drizzle fell, but the gales had stayed stuck somewhere else, and only gentle waves lapped against the steamer's snow-white sides. Roger had already been sitting in the ship's dining room for a couple of hours. He had eaten lunch and was now passing the time by leafing through Finnish newspapers. They trumpeted and practically cheered pre-election slogans. Page after page one could read nothing but vigorously concocted declarations and leading ideas. A nervous jumpiness and impetuousness reigned in the usually so composed quillcraft of the Nordic brethren. Yes, these were heated and bitter times in the dear kindred land. Tomorrow, the decisive assault on the seats of power would begin. The first ballots would be dropped into the urns, and the fate of the whole country would be determined, whether into a murky and ominous future or back into a steady, peaceful track. Passions were ablaze, nerves stretched to the breaking point. Just like mine, thought Roger, we walk on one and the same razor's edge of fate. Even that morning, in the last hour before departure, he had inquired in detail from the relevant persons about the results of the investigation into Tenzing's case. But these offered nothing new. They had been treading water in the same spot. The opinion that a political hand stood behind the disappearance had only hardened, though all attempts to bring that hand to light had yielded no results. The political moment was such that the collapse of the current governing coalition and the right wing's ascent to the helm of state was becoming a tangible reality. To repel this, perhaps for a longer period too, Tenzing's removal was a highly effective instrument, a more powerful weapon for the leftists. But who was behind it? Who was actually involved? Clarifying this appeared to be fraught with insurmountable difficulties. The previous evening, quiet inquiries had been made among the leftist figures, but no traces had been discovered through that channel. An even more categorical step had been taken. The more impetuous spokesman of the extreme leftists, known for his more active and terroristic tendencies, Peter Grunewald, had been brought in. Roger's landlady's prodigal son. But no concrete results came of that either. Grunewald had treated his interrogators with utter condescension, ridiculed the very idea that a political motive could be suspected behind this kidnapping story, since their party operated exclusively within the bounds of legality and had never contemplated a single act of violence. Tenzing's disappearance had come as much a surprise to them as to everyone else. That the government's affairs would now shape up much more favorably for them was of course very gratifying, but this windfall had fallen into their laps entirely from heaven. Needless commotion, Grunewald had finally declared, full of indignation. Of course, the fellow might have been partly acting, and what else was he supposed to do if he was somehow involved? But one cannot build an indictment from mere suspicion. And so Grunewald had been let go without anything significant being obtained. Roger felt that the entire investigation was inevitably running into a dead end. Only he held a few threads in his hand. But did even those lead elsewhere? Perhaps it will become clear as early as today. Roger called the waitress and ordered coffee. This was already the second potful, but the drink prepared with genuine Finnish brewing skill had a simultaneously invigorating and calming effect on the nerves. It gave the necessary balance to heart and mind, kept the thoughts on an even keel. The dining room was nearly empty. Only at a couple of tables a few gentlemen chatted in Swedish, dispersing acrid cigar smoke across the room. Roger glanced at them from time to time, kept his gaze for a moment on their ruddy, fleshy faces, and sank back into his reading. This foreign-speaking company did not seem particularly agreeable. But as he poured coffee from the second pot into the tiny cup, Roger noticed that meanwhile a new guest had appeared in the room. He had taken a seat at the neighboring table, his back to Roger, and was studying the menu. He appeared to be a young man, with a lean and broad-shouldered build. A couple of rings glinted on his left hand. Roger was already turning his gaze away to continue his coffee ritual when the stranger suddenly turned his head half sideways toward the waitress and said in a somewhat commanding tone, "Cutlet." The sugar cube froze between Roger's fingers. The cream jug received a sharp jolt. This was the last thing he would have expected, even if he had plunged into the wildest speculations. But there he was, with his strong-featured profile and coarse-grained voice, little curly wisps on his fleshy upper lip. Peter Grunewald. Roger kept his intent gaze fixed on the unexpected guest's back. Then he ran his hand through his hair and raised the newspaper before his eyes with a concealed movement. Better to hide from a fish like this, or, actually, yes, there was really no reason for that. He was traveling to Finland on purely journalistic business. Who would suspect anything else? This fellow least of all. It would not hurt at all to make some innocently casual conversation. Roger slowly took a sip of coffee, then rose with an indifferent air, made a small circle around the room, and walked past Grunewald at a leisurely pace. He stopped by the window, drew on a cigarette with a carefree expression, and fixed his gaze on the sea.
Rather nice, the sea in such autumn weather.
That was roughly what one might read from his face.
Just lapping away gently, though it's gray and leaden, a very pleasant little sea.
But from the corner of his left eye he perceived quite clearly that at the prodigal son's table a small agitation had arisen. The menu rustled in alarm and clattered against the table's edge. The body shifted left and right on its seat. There was obvious bewilderment about what to do or not to do. But Roger did not give him much time to deliberate. He turned around slowly, seemed about to walk across the room toward the door, but then cast as if by chance a glance at the nervous table, looked for a moment, threw a delightedly surprised grimace onto his face, and said cheerfully,
Well, well, Mir Grunwald, good morning.
It was quite an angry and flustered look that was sent back at him in the first instant. But it vanished at once, replaced by a cheerfully feigned friendliness.
Ha, Mr. Roger, well, I never.
They shook hands with a vigorous clasp, as if the best of friends had met. Strike lightning and hurl curses. You'll have to be thick as thieves with me now, thought Roger, and took a seat at the table without being asked.
Off to Finland too?
He asked.
Certainly. Something came up,
said Grunewald indifferently, lighting a cigarette. But he kept the match between his fingers, and it crumbled into tiny little pieces under his strong thumb. The fellow's in a foul mood, thought Roger, and then added aloud,
It's such pandemonium over there right now, we'll surely land in a witch's cauldron. Good thing at least the sea is calm and quiet. Staying long?
No, just for a few days. I have relatives there, a small inheritance matter to settle. I should have come ages ago, but things here kept holding me back. Now I couldn't wait any longer.
Just like me, actually. I should have gone there ages ago. Nobody can make heads or tails of this Lapua business without seeing it with their own eyes. But, well, I'll get to see the elections too, and one can learn a thing or two about other matters while one's at it.
So you're going on assignment for the paper?
Exactly. I really didn't want to undertake this trip. These are such exciting days at home, and one ought to be there too. But well, when higher orders and wishes come, there's nothing to be done.
Roger paused briefly and then broke into a cheerful grin.
We've got our own Lapua back home now too.
Grunewald drew a deep drag on his cigarette and let one corner of his mouth drop contemptuously.
That's utter nonsense. Quite laughable how our bourgeois papers and men can all blow the trumpet in the same beat. Just think about it. A political act of violence? Come now. If you think about it even a little more concretely, who on earth could these mighty political abductors possibly be? Even I was dragged by my lapels before the top sleuths. Whether, what, and how. Ha, ha, ha. It was so absurd I couldn't hold back the laughter. Of course, such a stunt would have been well worth pulling, even worse ones, just between us. But unfortunately, we haven't got that far this time. The crabs are under a different rock entirely.
But where, in your opinion?
The waitress brought the cutlet. This prevented Grunewald from answering, and he merely gave a couple of dubious shrugs. He tucked a napkin under his chin and set about eating.
Do you have any theories?
Roger repeated his question. Grunewald tossed a mocking smile across the table.
May I share them with you?
Why not?
You'll use them against me.
Sly fox, thought Roger.
Rest assured, Mayor Grunewald, a journalist also knows how to hold his tongue when necessary,
he said with curiosity. Grunewald swallowed a couple of mouthfuls, broke bread thoughtfully, adjusted his chin napkin.
Well,
he said slowly,
in my view, the whole thing lies with Tenzing himself.
Tenzing himself?
That's what I think. There are no culprits.
Grunewald smiled craftily and again let one corner of his mouth drop meaningfully.
He himself is both the abducted and the abductor, both.
Roger let out an exclamation of surprise.
What do you mean by that?
Just that, simply. Politics reached a dead end, the ground underfoot became too hot, and a little comedy had to be staged. A terrible drama for others, but quite a pleasant little absence for oneself.
So that's what you think. But in my view, there was no dead end at all in Tenzing's politics. Quite the contrary. He was just rising to the top, as you yourself know very well.
Oh, certainly. Publicly, yes. But who could know all the behind-the-scenes dealings? Who knows what the situation really was?
Do you have evidence for this?
Grunewald shrugged.
How would I know? Who lets the likes of me in on anything? But one can speculate.
For instance?
Grunewald went on eating. His eyes darted quickly back and forth. Heavy brows sank low over his eyes.
Let that remain unsaid here,
he then said, pressing back the nervousness in his voice.
There are things about which it is risky even to hazard guesses. But in any case, this Lapua talk in our newspapers and society strikes me as laughable. The other way round, the other way round.
He grew more sullen with every minute. The whole conversation seemed increasingly disagreeable to him, and concealing his feelings became harder with every moment. Something trembled when he moved his fork. Roger decided to press on nonetheless.
Well, yes, one can hazard the wildest conjectures, but the fact remains that the apartment had been turned completely upside down, chairs overturned, flower pots knocked over. That does point to an act of violence.
Grunewald laughed bitterly.
Is that really so hard to stage, Mr. Roger? Let's not be naive. Don't you remember from the description of the investigation visit that no one in the building heard any commotion whatsoever, not even the residents on the floor below? That in itself is telling. A great struggle, furniture thrown about, and not a sound? You can only achieve that by setting a chair quietly upside down, shifting the table off its spot, breaking a flower pot, say, in the kitchen, and neatly arranging the shards on the floor. Isn't that so? Of course. What would I know about such things? But with even a modicum of common sense, one inevitably arrives at such a line of reasoning.
He finished eating quickly, pushed the plate away, and tossed the napkin onto the table.
In itself, it would indeed be very exciting to be at home right now during these very days. Very interesting to see what really gets unearthed there. But I couldn't postpone my business any longer.
He smiled cheerfully.
Otherwise, they'll botch the whole inheritance. But I'll be back soon, just these few days. Now I must hurry to see to my things. The Finnish coast should be coming into view soon, shouldn't it?
He stood up abruptly and extended his hand.
We'll see each other again, won't we? Hopefully.
With long strides, Grunewald walked out of the room and slammed the door shut. Through the windows one could see his burly figure quickly disappearing among the ship's rigging. I must keep my eye on that man, thought Roger, and he had a joyful urge to belt out some merry tune.
O du o nana kla ar a,
he sang quite loudly. The ship nudged like a great white egg against the harbour quay. Passengers surged in a cluster to the railing, eyes and mouths greedily gulping the longed-for shore air. There were not many travellers this time. An autumn voyage drives one to sea only out of pressing necessity. The joyful kindred pilgrimages belong to spring and summer. Helsinki's rocky mainland was wrapped in deep grey mist. At first glance, one could not even tell that the mighty heart of the great city was now throbbing with extraordinary agitation. Everything seemed motionless and quiet. Only the muffled calls of trams and motor cars could be heard. At the customs quay, a few officials bustled about. Ship's boys lowered the gangway, and from the captain's bridge came clipped commands. Roger looked around with a searching eye, leaning lazily against the railing. The first passengers stepped ashore, lugging heavy suitcases and portmanteaux, while others waited somewhat anxiously in line. A portly old gentleman slipped at the bottom of the gangway, and his spectacles dropped from his nose into his coat front. He rummaged with great haste among the folds of his overcoat, but finally gave up and walked down the rest of the gangway without them. This threw the whole cluster of passengers into a laughing mood and cheerful remarks. But Grunewald was not among them all. The ship's horn fell silent. The dining room lights were extinguished. Everyone was supposed to be on deck. Roger scrutinized every face once more with sharp attention, followed with meticulous care all those descending the gangway. But Grunewald was absent. Well, what a business, Roger fretted. Does he really mean to vanish from sight on the sly? Slip away from my troublesome gaze? Well, let's see about that.
Sir, please go ashore. The last passengers have already left,
came a polite voice behind Roger. A ship's officer stood with a smiling face, hand touching his cap, bowing respectfully.
Yes, yes.
Roger mumbled, kept his gaze another moment on the empty deck, and then walked hesitatingly down the gangway. The sly devil did manage to pick the right moment and slip past unnoticed among the others. And yet, impossible. He had examined each one individually. Grunewald had not been among them. Of that there was no doubt. Reaching the customs house, Roger stopped and looked back at the ship. The gangway was being raised, the mooring lines cast off. From the captain's bridge came an order that clearly meant the engines were being started. From the cargo hold, the last crate was winched onto the quay, the hatches slammed shut. Yet, Grunewald had somehow got ashore unnoticed. Or was he hiding somewhere inside the ship to sneak ashore alone later?
"Sir, please come inside,"
came a call from the building's entrance. Everything was going so extraordinarily fast today. Sometimes there are hours to spare before everything gets sorted out. But today of all days.
I was watching. A friend of mine has vanished into thin air. I think he accidentally stayed on the ship,
Roger said to the customs officer. The man smiled cheerfully.
"That's not possible, sir. Everyone comes off. The cabins are checked before the mooring lines are cast off." "Yes, of course,"
Roger murmured, and handed his small suitcase into the bustling hands of the customs man. There was nothing important or worth inspecting in it. A bottle of cognac for the journey had been tucked into his breast pocket well in advance. Old habits demanded that one should not travel to the dry kindred land without a gift. Traditions sometimes take shape quickly. Helsinki is still so familiar and homelike, even if one has only been there once. The blocks of buildings gaze upon you like cheerful relatives who have not seen you in ages, and the tram winks. "Good morning, dear comrade." The familiar syllables of the Finnish language creep into your ear like something homely, and the Swedish-speaking lilt tells you at once that you are among Nordic brethren. Roger walked slowly along the harbour-side street. There was a warm glow in his heart at finding himself on these streets again, where not so very long ago he had walked in so many different situations. In joy and in sorrow, lightly and heavily, as kinship demanded on any given occasion. A strong vexation gnawed at the back of his mind. Grunewald's slipping through his fingers was really quite infuriating. That man was up to something, had highly suspicious intentions, and who knows? That inheritance story was pure hogwash in any case. What kind of inheritance could a man have who had no ties to his own family? Should he finally take matters in hand and go keep watch at the ship's overnight berth? Because that inheritance man had stayed on the ship, that was certain, and would no doubt slip ashore at the right moment.
"Ho there! Is that really Roger?"
Came a sudden shout from the crowd streaming back and forth, and a strong hand landed on Roger's back with a friendly slap.
Well, Pullinen.
Pullinen himself, yes. Silk flags and silver sails, a golden ship set out to sea, hurrah! I've been watching and watching for a while now. Who's that walking ahead of me with that long stride as if on a summer beach? The back familiar and fine, the nape golden and curious. I stepped closer, and it's Roger himself, the devil. Whether mere ghost or flesh and blood, I can't tell at first, but it doesn't matter. They're all fine fellows on you. Hello, hello?
A broad palm seized Roger's hand in a positively painful grip, the vigorous shaking more painful still.
What wind blows you so suddenly into our riotous nest, old badger? Been here long?
I've just now come off the ship.
Pullinen twirled his hat and linked his arm through Roger's.
Well, I never. See how good fortune brought me to this very street just now. Already this morning I had this strange itching in my chest, and last night I had the oddest dreams, so that's what it meant. But you did pick a fine time to come visiting. Now, when all Helsinki is running helter-skelter, see how they dash about, running and panting, faces red and storms in their hearts. The whole country's fate hangs in the balance. Hellish doom or paradise. Those are the choices right now. The people will have their stern say and hammer things one way. We'll see where we end up in the end. I kept expecting you in the summer. We would have had another proper Åland war and a romp at Rananjärvi. But now this blasted determination of the Finnish nation's fate has thrown everything topsy-turvy. My heart can't bear to sit still for even a couple of minutes. But why are you tugging at your arm?
It hurts. You've practically wrenched my elbow out of its socket. Your palms are as iron and heavy as ever, dear magistrate.
Ha ha ha. Their strength won't fade as long as Kauhava steel doesn't rust. There you're right. But step a bit more lively now, you see for yourself, we'll be trampled. Today Helsinki is no place for a stroll. Today every man must hustle. There, like that. Where exactly are you headed? Or on what business have you appeared here in the middle of late autumn? Come to see the girls?
That too, among other things. But there were other matters as well. Mainly because of this madcap scramble of yours today.
Aha, I understand. Interviews, information, news across the Gulf? Well, fair enough. It pays for a journalist to be here right now. They've gathered from all over the world like crows. Then you've had splendid luck, dear colleague, running into me first of all.
Are you some kind of man of affairs too? As far as I knew, you didn't have much to do with politics.
I didn't, but now I do. Now every man must harness himself up, otherwise society will spit you out like a husk. I'm a rather important figure now. Oh yes, don't smirk. My career is coming like a fairy tale. Or isn't a party's general secretary a big enough position in your eyes?
General secretary? Well, you're rising straight to the presidency. In which party?
The Young Farmers.
Splendid. So you're truly in Sobita's ranks?
A fiery supporter, the noblest champion of law and order. So from me, you can get the most varied material, from airing backstage secrets to exposing backroom deals. I have it all like the palm of my hand. Want me to start talking right away?
Hold on a moment. I need to see first where I can find lodging. My travel bags are still at the harbor.
Good heavens and holy smoke, that slipped my mind entirely. You see now how far this tribal brotherhood extends. A dear kinsman trudging along alone and without a roof over his head, and I don't make a peep. Well then, sins must be atoned for in this earthly world. Come stay at my place. I'll give you a private room with 2 windows, a sofa, and a feather-soft bed. I have a kind wife, as you know, dear children, and a well-cared-for grandmother. 4 meals a day, the coffee machine is on the fire from morning to night, wines you've naturally brought along yourself. Or if you haven't, I'll whistle up a fine bottle of some expensive madness maker from right around here. How's that?
Roger shook his head.
Thank you very much for all your kindness, but allow me to be a bit impolite. It's better if I go to a hotel. I have constant bustle and errands, running about and poking around.
At my place, you can bustle as much as you like.
That's true enough, but I need to be a free man. Staying with a family ties one down one way or another. Don't take offense that I'm so blunt, but that's how it is by force of circumstances. But I'd be terribly glad to pay you a visit, to greet your wife.
Of course, that's what you're longing for. Well, all right. You arrange your affairs as you see fit. I can't really offer you full comfort anyway. The room is damp and draughty, the bed without a proper base, and gusts of wind howl through the walls. Go to a hotel then. What am I keeping you for?
That's grand that you understand me so well. I think I'll go somewhere right around here. I remember there must be some guest house nearby.
Don't go to some hellhole with your kind of money where they'll fleece you clean on the first night, but all right, I'll point you to one decent place. There is one nearby, not too far off. Well, but how are you otherwise? Healthy, hearty, a married man?
Healthy enough, though still a bachelor.
Don't tell tales. I don't believe it. But who knows with you? These Estonians are such funny people. They'd sooner crawl through a drainpipe than take a wife. The Finnic race will perish this way. The Livonians are practically done for already. You, old badger, don't care for future aspirations at all.
So Pullinan poured forth his broad talk, cheerful and carefree, booming in a loud voice across the entire street. To Roger, he was an old acquaintance, a bosom friend from earlier trips to Finland. As a master of philology, he had initially devoted himself mainly to folk culture, working in museums and libraries. but as times changed, he had evidently found it necessary to take up politics. With his energetic manner and gift for words, he fought splendidly in that arena, being outwardly on equal measure with the president, as he himself liked to put it.
Where do you live now?
Roger managed to slip in a question during a gap in the torrent of talk.
On the other side entirely, in the Turla district. It's quite a distance from here.
He raised his right hand and declared with theatrical declamation,
Vorikatu 20.
Roger flinched.
Vorikatu!
He exclaimed, and stopped in his tracks. Pullinen expressed broad astonishment. His eyebrows rose high and his hat slid back on his head.
Well, what wonder is this? You've gone quite pale.
It's nothing. Nothing, just so. But now let me tell you something that will astonish you even more. I'm coming to stay at your place.
Oh, good gracious, such mystification and mystery in this world. What business do you have on Vorikatu? Some sweetheart?
I'll tell you later. But since you're still inviting me, I'll be under the roof of your fine apartment straight away.
Excellent. Where shall I put you then? But now let's hurry. I've kept you dawdling long enough as it is. Let's jump in a car.
Roger seized Pullinen by the coat sleeve.
Wait. I have one little thing still. I forgot a small item on the ship. Do you think I could get it back right now?
What was it?
It was a small package.
Surely not.
No, that's in my pocket. I tucked the bottle inside my coat early on, don't worry. But it was something else.
Ah, that lifts a weight from my heart. Well, I don't know. You could probably get it. The ship is still at the harbor.
Do you know where exactly?
A bit past the customs house. Hold on. Let's go fetch it right now. I'll show you the way.
Don't go climbing around there for nothing. I'll find it on my own. I need to stop by the legation briefly anyway. Let's do this. I'll take care of my errands and then drive straight to your place. Vorikatu 20. I've got it memorized. Are you going home now?
Pullinen thought for a moment.
All right, I'll take care of a few things too and be home in about an hour. You'll come for certain?
For certain. Give my regards to the wife and children. The grandmother, too.
Thank you. Make it quick then. I'll jump in a car right now. It'll go faster. Goodbye.
Pullinen vanished in a couple of strides into a passing car. Roger turned around and hurried at a brisk pace toward the harbor. The ship was easy to find. With her round, stout hull, she caught the eye readily, even in the evening dusk. Small sailboats tossed their misty shadows on either side of the white steamer. Solitary lights flickered among the thicket of masts. The ship had only just reached the harbor wall. They were still fastening the mooring lines when Roger cautiously approached the waterfront. This calmed the anxious pounding beneath his heart. There was no fear of being late. The man with the inheritance must certainly still be on board. A long row of crates stood at the water's edge, extending almost to the sea, and behind them Roger took his position. The vantage point was exemplary. The ship and its immediate surroundings lay as if on the palm of his hand, while he himself was completely hidden. The ship's crew busied themselves with various tasks around the steamer. In their voices and movements, one could hear undisguised good spirits. Soon they would be free to go into town, to spend another evening under Helsinki's cozy rooftops. Sitten oli kello 12 yöllä, rang out a merry singing voice from the steamer's deck, and from inside someone threw out a jubilant cry. Hurrah, tarirum tarala! Jolly fellows, thought Roger, but that man who crouches somewhere in the interior behind a barrel, nervously waiting for the right moment to slip away, hardly has reason to be warbling. If he only knew that behind this stack of crates 2 keen eyes were watching, but that he could not possibly suspect. For that, things are far too complicated. No single person could anticipate all possible dangers and coincidences. He is no doubt cursing quietly to himself, huddling there in the shelter of crates and heaps of cargo, that the nosy journalist had to stumble so unluckily into his path. but he is glad and happy at the same time that he managed to shake him off so neatly. To try slipping out of the hold under cover of darkness, that is, of course, unpleasant, but not terribly difficult for a man of his sort. A camel can squeeze through the eye of a needle. Roger set his suitcase on the edge of a crate and pulled his coat collar high. The autumn dampness pressed down together with the darkness, seeping against the ground and making his limbs stiff. The chill penetrated even to the brain, setting his thoughts into a kind of nervous motion. Was it truly he himself, the journalist Roger, who was lurking here in a foreign city at the harbour docks, stalking criminals? Hat pulled down over his eyes, hands thrust deep in his pockets, a nickel-plated death pistol in his rear pocket? He smiled involuntarily, but this flicker of amusement was somehow bitter and melancholy. An emptiness settled beneath his chest, a hollow emptiness and senselessness regarding all these affairs whose trail he was now following. It all felt unreal, alien, the whole business like something seen in a dream or hallucinated in a state of intoxication. But a moment later, he was once more free of all hesitation. He leaned against the damp edge of the crate and kept his eyes all the more keenly fixed on the ship. Now individual figures began moving from the ship toward the town. First went two men, evidently a pair of sailors, swinging small bundles between their fingers. They carried on a loud, sing-songy conversation in Swedish, dragging their feet behind them, bodies swaying loosely from side to side. Then went a solitary man with a large crate on his back. He must have brought a generous load of gifts for his wife or mother today. Then came a woman, her head drawn deep between her coat collar, and she tapped along at a quick, tripping pace toward the city lights. After that, everything fell quiet. Not a sound came from the ship. Only a few lights flickered among the masts. Roger watched with strained attention for the slightest movement. Would he come now at the first opportunity, or wait until nightfall? It would certainly be safer for him to hold out until the dead of night. The danger would be much less then, but with a temperament like his, impatient and impetuous as he was, one might well expect that he would seize the first chance of escape. The man knew how to take risks, and besides, there would not be much real danger, even if he were caught. His papers were certainly in order, and a slight delay could always be explained away somehow. And Roger had a firm conviction that he would not have to keep his dear Pullinen waiting very long.
Devil and damnation.
A vigorous voice suddenly rang out from the ship.
Are you coming, Pavo, or have you fallen asleep?
Something was shouted back from the interior in answer. There was a clatter and the rapid thud of footsteps. "Hullo, cock-a-doodle-doo," trilled a singing voice, and then two swaying male figures appeared on the ship's gangway. Whistling and swinging their legs, they descended the steps at a leisurely pace, then stopped and set about lighting their pipes. By the yellow flare of the match, Roger saw clearly two curved pipes and two broad tufts of beard. The tobacco did not catch at first. There was a good deal of puffing and cursing before the pipes began to smoke properly. Then they set off toward the town, still at the same slow, swinging pace. Roger watched them go with impatience and fumbled in his pocket for his cigarette case. The pipe puffing had awakened an irresistible urge to follow suit, but that craving for smoke was instantly extinguished. At that very moment, a stooped figure appeared on the gangway, moving with a stealthy, creeping step, and Roger sensed instinctively from the very first movement. That was him. He paused briefly at the bottom of the steps, seemed to listen, and then with one leap was on the shore. The ground thudded from the heavy landing. Roger drew back with a sudden movement deeper behind the crates and seized his binoculars. Now, on the tail of that cunning fellow. But the cunning fellow had no intention of hurrying. Evidently he too had satisfied himself that there were no eyes watching from the ship, and certainly none on shore. He calmly brushed the dirt from his trouser knees, straightened his coat, and as he did so, a yellow strip of light from a harbour lamppost fell across his face. Now Roger could be certain. It was indeed Grunewald. All the calculations had been correct. The prodigal son had not fallen under suspicion without cause. And at the same time, a flash of elation struck Roger. Through this man, something was sure to be revealed. He must have had pressing reasons to play such a game of hide-and-seek, to throw a fellow countryman journalist off his trail. One does not undertake such an escapade merely for fun. But Roger was given immediate proof that he himself was not the only reason for the illegal departure from the ship. Contrary to all expectations, Grunewald showed no inclination whatsoever to hurry toward the town. He looked around watchfully, then turned back toward the ship and disappeared into the dark shadow beneath the steamer's hull. He's going around to the other side, Roger thought with mounting tension, and was already ready to spring from his hiding place, but pulled back at once. Grunewald reappeared in the light. But no longer alone. In his hand dangled a large-sized suitcase that appeared to be extremely heavily loaded. His whole body leaned to one side under its weight. So that was how things stood. The man had more to hide than just his tracks. The inheritance appeared to have been brought along all the way from Estonia. Now Grunewald was in a hurry. With great strides he hauled his leaden burden away from the sea, as if fearing that even at this last moment someone might come leaping from the ship to seize him. He skirted past the warehouses and rushed across the harbour-side square straight toward the town. Roger followed at a suitable distance, keeping to the most shadowed spots. Now he felt like a perfect Pinkerton, and this lifted his mood to something cheerful and industrious. Look what services your ancestral homeland can sometimes render to your heart and your glory. It unexpectedly reveals entirely new depths in a person, the hidden talents of a detective. Grunewald reached the edge of the street. He set down his load with a thump on the curb and looked around nervously. Aha! He's longing for a car. Roger made a wide arc around the man with the inheritance and stopped a few paces away. He pressed himself tightly against a lamppost, watching the fugitive with one eye and scanning the passing cars with the other.
Taxi!
Grunewald called out. The first shout went for nothing. Not a single vehicle stopped. Only at the second call, which already carried a note of urgent anxiety and irritation, did a car swerve over to the waiting man and stop right at the curb. Roger's eyes blazed. In a state of high agitation, he looked around. Should he call out or try on his own luck to leap at some passing vehicle? Blast it all. He had too little experience in this celebrated detective business. What should a proper expert do in such a case? Where does one find good counsel at such a tense and burning moment? But the predicament resolved itself rather nicely, with unexpected good fortune for the novice criminologist. Grunewald hoisted his suitcase into the car, stepped with one foot onto the running board, and then Roger heard quite clearly the situation-saving words,
Vorkatu 12.
How careless that otherwise so cunning fox had been. Of course, had he had the slightest inkling who stood just a few paces away in the shadow of that post, the behavior would have been of an entirely different sort. The car lurched away. A bitter cloud of exhaust hit Roger in the face, but now it seemed like the most exquisite aroma. The man was in his grasp. For today the work was done, a magnificent piece of productive work. He could go with an easy heart to his friend Pullinen's cheerful home.
Taxi!
He flung his triumphant cry into the rumbling street. It was already midnight, but Roger and Pullinen could not seem to bring their conversation to an end. The Finnish friend had such a load of news and burning topics that he was plainly struggling to let go of even the smallest portion. Supper had been eaten, Roger's bottle gift carefully consumed, the women and children sent to bed. A comfortable dimness reigned in the room, and an even more comfortable glow flickered from a small fireplace that Pullinen had built at his own wish. A hearth must exist in reality, not only in fine words. For Roger, his friend's store of talk was both interesting and useful. He gathered rich material for his first travel dispatch. He had only to set it down on paper. Pullinen illuminated Finland's political present from every angle. He had plunged with a positively ravenous hunger for news into the most diverse dealings, and knew the backstage and the front stage as well as his own hearth. But besides all that, a question of an altogether different kind had been burning on Roger's tongue the entire time, and he had been searching for a suitable opening. That was hard to find, however, for his friend's stream of talk flowed along such distant paths that it was quite difficult to divert him into an entirely different world. At last, he managed to seize upon a brief pause.
Listen, Pullinen, don't take this the wrong way, but aside from politics, I'd be rather interested now in your personal life as well. We've had so little chance to talk about it. Only enough time to exchange a few passing words with your esteemed wife.
Pullinen was somewhat put out that the topic had been so brazenly cut in half.
What is there to say about that? Can't you see everything with your own eyes?
He waved his hand dismissively.
That may be, but a man always wants to know a bit more thoroughly. By the way, have you been here long, on this street?
Well now, what problems come onto the agenda? Ha ha ha. Perhaps you're interested next in how long I've been wearing this suit I have on? I can tell you. I bought it last year, sometime in December, paid 1,000 marks, from the master tailor Martti Savojärvi, who has 2 daughters, both lovely as bird cherry blossoms. And these boots?
Stop that now. I actually had a little ulterior motive when I asked about the apartment.
An ulterior motive? You're not thinking of putting that in the paper. I told you, you must be silent as a sheet of ice about whoever gave you that information.
I shall remain an ice sheet in that regard. But this is an entirely different matter. The ulterior motive concerns a completely different kind of business.
Well then, I can tell you it costs me nothing. I moved here last autumn on the 2nd of August after lunch.
Aha. So you've been a resident here for quite some time. That's what I wanted to know. And now I'll tell you my ulterior motive as well. You wouldn't by chance have heard of a gentleman named Nilsson, who supposedly lives on this very same street, at number 12?
Pullinen jerked himself bolt upright. His mouth fell open, and boundless astonishment made his face somehow broad and flat.
Nilsson, number 12?
Was all he managed to say, staring wide-eyed into the Estonian's face. A surge of elation shot through Roger.
Exactly so. You seem quite thunderstruck by that. What about this gentleman?
Pullinen flicked his cigarette end into the fireplace and turned his whole body toward Roger.
You're not actually mixed up in those sorts of things, are you?
He asked, half alarmed, with a tremor of fear and suspicion in his voice.
What sorts of things?
Asked Roger.
What? You don't know then? Look, the thing is, all I know about this gentleman is his name, and so I'm asking on the off chance whether you might happen to know anything about him. Apparently, fortune is on my side. You do know the gentleman.
Pullinen whistled meaningfully.
Well, in a manner of speaking. But what the devil could connect you with this man? That is completely dark to me. You gave me quite a fright asking so suddenly like that, because these days, who knows what may have happened and what business people are involved in. Why does this Nilsson interest you so much?
I can't tell you that right now. There are certain peculiar matters about which one must keep silent for the time being. But I would be heartily grateful if you could describe the gentleman to me a little. It would be of great use to me. Greater than you can imagine. Perhaps as early as tomorrow, I'll explain everything, and then you'll see for yourself what a great service you've done me.
Pullinan laughed, a broad, rumbling laugh.
Well, the service can't be worth very much, but if you do have such mysterious affairs weighing on your soul, then I'll tell you what I know. You have, of course, heard that we have here a certain law, which is called the Prohibition Law.
More or less.
Roger smiled.
And on the other hand, you also know that there lurks inside every person a certain little devil that tugs with all its might toward the more bitter liquids. In me, this fiend is comparatively small, but that it exists. Am I going to deny it? Well then, and when on the one hand there is the Prohibition Law, and on the other this human primal instinct holds sway, then there easily arise such curious enterprises as bootlegging, underground trading in expensive nectars, and willful violation of laws and regulations. You've heard of something like that as well.
Presumably.
See how well informed you are about our conditions. Well then, and this friend of yours, Nilsson, is one of those bootleg kings, a diligent servant of the human spirit of the vine.
Well, well.
Roger whistled.
Exactly so. Is it clear to you now why I found your question so strange and surprising?
Ah, so those were the sorts of things you thought I'd taken up bootlegging?
Well, what was I supposed to think when you dropped that question on me so suddenly? And I still don't know anything for certain. The devil knows where bottles and cans might suddenly come pouring out of.
That would suit me splendidly. But rest assured, for the time being, I am free and clean of any such profession. This Nilsson interests me enormously all the same, and you'll find out soon enough what lies behind it. I am in any case entirely in the service of honest pursuits. You need not doubt that.
If I doubted it, I'd pick you up and toss you out into the street.
Good. Now tell me more about what you know of this Nilsson.
Not a great deal, but a thing or two all the same. Sometimes it happens that the alcohol demon sets one's heart on fire, and then, so they say, Nilsson helps out. I myself have had no such dealings, but friends talk. Of course, Nilsson is no small-time back-alley peddler. He himself never appears in person, but rather through his organization.
His organization?
And what an organization! Its web stretches across the entire country, and no arm of the law can sink its teeth into it. Clever fellows. Everyone knows and suspects, but all the threads are so skillfully woven that not a single strand tears loose anywhere. Nilsson is a famous name. Every policeman and prohibition leader knows him and knows of him. But just try to go after the man. Nothing sticks. That's the sort of gentleman he is. A man of grand scope and wide reach. A bootleg king in the truest sense of the word.
Have you seen him?
Seen him? Much more than that. I know him personally.
Well, well.
Quite something, isn't it? But such are the curious twists of fate. Where can one escape them? The acquaintance came about like this. One fine day, this was sometime in the first half of this year, Mr. Nilsson appeared at my door in person. Yes, indeed, he came here, said his name was Nilsson, and that he wished to speak with me about a very important matter.
To recruit you into the organization?
Roger amused himself.
Not that. I don't have enough seniority for it. But the thing is, our party also fights tooth and nail for the prohibition law, and has even included a specific clause in our platform. And so we also collect corresponding funds for the more effective enforcement of prohibition. That's why this Nilsson came. He talked for quite a while in a fine roundabout way, and then finally announced that he would gladly contribute a tidy sum of his own toward the support of the prohibition law.
He wanted to make a subtle fool of you?
The devil knows. He must have had his own reasons for such a charitable deed. Perhaps he wanted to polish his wicked reputation a little, or perhaps he did it in the direct interests of his business. It is well known that he has donated larger sums elsewhere for the same purpose. It's only logical. The longer and more firmly prohibition holds, the greater his business opportunities.
A paradox of the first order.
A true Finn, wouldn't you say? I had nothing else to do but accept the sum with gratitude. You are very kind. We thank you from the heart, and so forth. He then expounded for a while longer with full solemnity on the evils of heavy drinking, the threat of ruin facing our people through that very vice, the decay of the nation's moral self and health, then bowed with the utmost courtesy, smiled sweetly, and departed. Since then I've run into him here and there, on the street and in society. Oh yes, this man knows how to carry himself in society too, quite smoothly indeed. He strolls about like a great man through banquets and balls. This one invites him, that one invites him, one simply cannot get past him. Everyone knows perfectly well what sort of honourable fellow he is, but there's nothing to be done about it.
Splendid.
Absolutely praiseworthy, but I must confess to you quite frankly that you needn't picture this hero at all the way we usually imagine that sort of rascal, brutish and boorish, coarse and crude. Quite the opposite. Nilsson is already outwardly a very imposing and refined gentleman. Handsome and gallant, polished in manners and with an exemplary education, in every respect a gentleman from the finest society, and mentally quite developed and intelligent too. One can listen to his conversation with genuine pleasure. Evidently a well-read, cultured man. All of this naturally helps his position tremendously. But well, I reckon, sooner or later he'll break all the same. He'll end up caught in a trap eventually, especially if you consider that he's being watched with exemplary diligence, every slightest move kept under observation. Well then, that's as much as I know about this Nilsson. Is that enough?
For the time being, absolutely. I'm very grateful to you. Listen, do you believe in fate?
In fate? How you do leap between topics. I can't even keep up jumping from height to height with you. What does fate have to do with anything here?
I believe that in the course of today, fate itself has guided my path, led me blindly from one surprise to the next. But these have all been dear surprises. That usually so cruel Moira has been very kind to me. Well, all right, I'm talking quite obscurely. You'll understand later. But now I wouldn't want to let this Nilsson slip away. One thing, is he Swedish or Finnish?
Swedish, fortunately, but he speaks all languages quite fluently. He rattles off Finnish too like a born Finn.
All the better. Listen, old friend. You've been so patient with me and endured so many dark minutes of my mysterious talk. Would you be so kind as to do yet one more good deed?
Fire away.
The situation is now such that I have a strong desire to meet this mere Nilsson for a moment. Would that be somehow possible? No, don't strain your eyes again. There's nothing suspicious here. Everything moves along noble paths. I simply can't explain the whole situation to you right now. How would it be possible to exchange a few words with Mr. Nilsson?
That's the simplest thing in the world, and you don't need me for it. It's a short walk from here.
That's true, but I have reasons that prevent me from going to Nilsson in person. It could turn my plans completely upside down.
Oh, your twists and turns. You obviously have such things ahead of you that they'd make an ordinary person's mouth and eyes gape. The thing is starting to get exciting. I'm terribly curious what kind of fireworks you're hatching. But, well, all right. I'll suppress my thirst for excitement. Perhaps tomorrow you'll be more gracious and talkative. If you don't dare go to Nilsson yourself. Then, well, do you perhaps have some plan of your own?
I was thinking, wouldn't it somehow be possible to invite Nilsson here?
Here? To my apartment?
Pullinen burst out laughing.
Things are getting worse and worse. Me, a rising star of political life establishing connections with bootleg kings. A champion of prohibition laws secretly forging ties with smugglers. That fits splendidly. How do you imagine? Should I invite him here?
Something like that. If only he'll come.
He'd probably come. What does he have to fear, as long as he exercises proper caution in his words and expressions? And that, this man certainly knows how to do. Only, isn't it a bit risky for me to start cultivating friendly relations with such a man? People might hear of it, and there'll be no shortage of those who'd whip up such a scandal that you'd better hold your nose against the stench, wife and children. And besides, I don't know what sort of conversation it is between you two, and whether it's wise for you to invite him right here, into the enemy's lair.
That means nothing to me. Our conversation would be of a kind that's perfectly suitable to conduct here. It's another matter, of course, how much such a meeting would damage your good name. But you yourself said he gets invited here and there into society. Apparently people don't look upon it all that darkly.
That's true. There wouldn't really be anything special about it. One could explain the matter this way or that afterward. If it should happen to become public. Never mind. Devil take you. Let's pull off this stunt. For the stunt's own sake. Very well. I'll charge headlong into ruin for your sake. See how strong the blood of kinship is.
You can be sure I'll never again cast doubt on that kinship blood. I'm very grateful to you, but how shall we actually arrange this?
Simply, I'll ring him in the morning and ask him to come here.
Very well. Only one thing I ask. Don't under any circumstances tell him my real name. Call me. Well, for example, Topsmann, Mr. Mihkel Topsmann.
But can I leave you as an Estonian?
That much, yes. Better still, if you can arrange it so the question of nationality doesn't come up at first.
All right then, but if anything foul crawls out of all this, then let it be an everlasting curse upon you, and may the wolf devour you, showing up with your horror business at just such a bitter time. The elections begin tomorrow. One must be alert and nimble. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay sharp enough. My thoughts keep pulling irresistibly in this direction.
It's not so bad, friend Polinen. But now tell me a couple of amusing anecdotes and then, I'm dead tired. I'm already desperately longing for your feather beds.
The anecdotes were duly forthcoming, but the mood had somehow turned nervous, and there wasn't much resonance for cozy humor. Soon, the fire in the fireplace died out, and the beds received their long-awaited guests. Polinen had not been far wrong with his description of Nilsson. Roger noticed that from the first glance. Tall and youthfully supple, with an impeccably shaved face, a blue suit as if molded to his body. Nobody could possibly picture a bootleg thug looking like that, thought Roger, as he extended his hand to the visitor with slight agitation. Nilsson smiled softly and charmingly, as though his soul harbored nothing but flowers and rose gardens. He sat down in an armchair with pleasant modesty and said in a wonderfully gentle tone, "I have the honor of hearing your kind wishes." This was now the very moment Roger had dreaded most. Tossing almost sleeplessly in bed all night, he had run through his feverish brain thousands of plans and schemes for how best to arrange this so important conversation, but it was hard to find even a remotely suitable tactic. He had already cursed himself to perdition for the mad idea of arranging a meeting with Nilsson, and even that morning he stood sharply torn between whether to inform Polinen of his changed decision or let the invitation go ahead after all. In the end, the resolution prevailed, to leave things as agreed, come what may. But he still hadn't managed to fix any detailed plan of thought, had only brooded over this and that in rough approximation, leaving his hopes and expectations to the most terrifying risk. As a precaution, he had nonetheless put on Polinen's grandmother's spectacles, had the household rummage out a hideous collar from the previous century, and he had been limping on his left leg since early morning. If only he could strike the right opening now. He mustn't show any hesitation or awkwardness, of course. That would have ruined everything from the start. Roger pressed onto his face, through sheer desperation and misery, an indifferent, jovial mask, and seized the cigarette case like a drowning man grasps at a straw.
May I offer you one?
Thank you. I don't smoke. An angel, but not a rogue, thought Roger angrily, and buried his irritation in a cloud of smoke. Then he plunged headlong into action.
Mr. Nilsson, first of all, I must express my heartfelt gratitude that you took the trouble to come to me. I beg your pardon that I did not follow the normal course and come to visit you. I had my weighty reasons for that, about which I take the liberty of remaining silent for now, if you won't take it too badly.
Mr. Nilsson made a dismissive gesture.
Please, please. It makes no difference at all. I am truly delighted.
A barely perceptible twitch of a smile slid across his firm mouth, and that made Roger even more uneasy than he already was. Now he'll tie me in knots, he agonized, and blew such a puff of smoke under his own nose that for a moment his entire surroundings vanished from sight.
"I am very flattered by your kindness,"
he said then, with a courteous smile.
"All the more so because I had a most urgent need to speak with you in private. A great deal depends on this conversation, for me personally. The matter consists namely of a small request to you, a small favor, a good deed, shall we say?"
"I shall gladly do everything in my power,"
said Nilsson, with his former gentleness.
"It only seems a little unclear to me in what respect I could be of help to you. You understand? That is a little difficult to imagine."
"Perfectly natural. I shall try to clarify the matter for you at once. For that I ask a few minutes of kind patience. My account is not very long."
"Please, please." Now, full speed ahead, over the cliff or straight down, let fate itself decide. Roger's thoughts flashed stormily, and he continued in a slightly quieter and more tender tone.
"I am Estonian, as already mentioned. By profession a labor inspector, for quite some time now, since the founding of the Republic. In my official capacity, I come into contact with very diverse elements, and so I became acquainted by chance with a lady, regarding whom your help is actually being sought."
He faltered, then continued.
"Forgive me. I heard about you only recently, and that is why I came. I had to make a small official trip to the Ministry of Labor Welfare here, to study the question of day laborers' insurance, and so I undertook at the same time a pilgrimage to you. Mr. Pullinen is my old friend. I'm staying here at his place, and so it came about that through him I turned to you."
Nilsson's dark blue eyes betrayed unconcealed curiosity during the account. He even leaned closer to Roger and followed every syllable with sharp attention.
"I must confess that you're making me quite curious, Mr.
he said, stumbling awkwardly.
"Mr. Topsmann, if you please."
Yes, that's not so difficult." "It's perfectly natural, my dear sir. I myself have made enough mistakes with Finnish names in Finland, so then, on behalf of that lady, I am your humble emissary. I didn't want to take on such an assignment at first. It's so unpleasant to go bothering strangers, but in the end I gave my consent. A woman always manages to talk a man into things, even though I know the lady only superficially and have no closer ties with her."
Roger lit himself a new cigarette and felt the match trembling between his fingers. Now comes the first blast and thunderclap. He continued, however, in the calmest of tones.
"The lady is a former noblewoman and bears the name Grunewald. Margaret von Grunewald."
Roger kept an anxious eye fixed on Nilsson's sympathetic face, but even the crow's feet around his eyes showed no particular change. He sat calmly in his former pose, the same interest in his eyes. Devil take it, a rogue after all, and not an angel. Roger continued without a pause.
"This same lady owns real estate in Tallinn, a house, namely, and lives in relatively comfortable circumstances. Well, as comfortably as one can live in the present Depression era. But the lady has one trouble, a rather great trouble, and that is why the poor woman has come to me several times. She has, you see, a grown son, Peter von Grunewald."
Second blast. Nilsson sat calmly, not even an eyelash stirred. Roger held his panting breath, barely managing to maintain cold blood in his voice and bearing.
"This son is a cross and a misery to the old lady. From the very earliest age he has displayed certain inclinations toward vice and wicked excesses. No remedy has helped, neither admonition nor thrashing. As he grew taller, things turned decidedly bad. The boy was thrown out of school, spent his days on the streets, and the lady didn't know what to do. So the days passed in grief and misery, until the boy became a man. The lady had hoped that upon reaching a man's reason, her son would perhaps abandon his antics, but that hope crumbled to nothing. Now things went truly mad. He turned his back on his mother and family and became the worst sort of political radical. Imagine, a nobleman and suddenly a communist.
A spirited boy, one must say.
Nilsson smiled genially.
But I wait in keen suspense for the moment when the story finally reaches me.
In a moment. Forgive me for going on at such length, but otherwise it wouldn't be possible to present the whole situation to you clearly enough. I'll come to the real matter directly. Such a thing simply didn't fit into the old lady's aristocratic head, and so one fine day she came to me. Let it be noted in passing that back home I belong to the Social Democratic Party, and evidently the lady thought I might be able to exert some influence on her son through that channel.
You belong to the same party, then?
No, not that. Peter Grunwald is much further to the left, but the lady's mind naturally didn't grasp the finer distinctions. So she came to me, explained what a disgrace had befallen her family honor, and made a heartfelt plea. Could I, being roughly a man of the same stripe, make it clear to her son that he should turn his back on such a path? That was of course not in my power, and so the lady had to leave empty-handed. But she came back several times nonetheless, always pleading and beseeching. Peter Grunwald had meanwhile managed to make a career for himself. The man has energy and a gift for oratory, and had risen to quite a leading position in his party. Then the lady could bear it no longer and cast her son out of the family. She came to tell me this with tears in her eyes, but that didn't greatly fright the man. He still came to his mother's, mainly begging for money, and a mother's heart, well, naturally. You understand. So the days rolled on, and I heard nothing more of that noble family for quite some time. Then suddenly, at the end of last week, the lady was at my door again. Now, Mr. Nilsson, I come to the heart of the matter.
I wait with keen suspense.
Perhaps with a little more than just keen suspense, thought Roger. Damn it all, is he really telling this splendid tale into thin air the whole time? If not, then such a sly fox as this bootleg magnate ought truly to be counted among the most brilliant of actors.
This time the reasons for her visit were of an entirely different nature. The old lady explained, weeping and wailing, that her son Peter had got quite new winds under his feet. He had apparently obtained larger sums of money from somewhere, and with that he intended to travel to Finland in the coming days.
Third blast. Nilsson sat calmly, hands in his lap.
He had told his mother in his own fashion that now the world would really burst open and the floodgates of money swing wide. That with the money he'd obtained he would set in motion such operations in Finland as would smell of clear millions. And then, now comes the part that concerns you, he had supposedly told the lady that he has an acquaintance in Helsinki, a great and solid businessman, someone by the name of Nilsson.
That had an effect. Nilsson opened his eyes wide and let his leg drop from where it rested across his knee. But that was, properly speaking, part of the program. At this point, he could hardly have failed to show surprise.
Nilsson?
He said with wonder, yet still softly and charmingly.
I must unfortunately confess that I don't know any such person from Estonia.
Naturally, I knew that already in advance. At first, I even thought the boy had simply made up some name, but, and this is where the thing lies, he had given his mother the precise address, Vuorakatu 12.
Indeed. How curious.
It can be explained in this way. The boy had evidently learned of your name and business activities and truly intends to undertake something concrete. I arrived at that conclusion when I heard from Mr. Pullinen that the right person and the right address had indeed been identified.
A very interesting fellow, this nobleman of yours.
Nilsson chuckled softly.
And the request to me?
Now we come to that. The lady had apparently heard from somewhere that I was about to travel to Finland in the coming days. Where she had managed to catch hold of that piece of information is still a mystery to me. And then followed the request. Would I be so kind as to go to this Mr. Nilsson and make it known that if a person by the name of Peter Grunwald should turn up there, he should be sent straight back to Estonia. That the money the boy has with him is most likely of very dubious origin, and every effort must be made to prevent still worse affairs from arising and innocent people being dragged into them, that I should beg this Mr. Nilsson with all my skill to have the boy sent back across the sea in short order, if need be under threat of the police. So, Mr. Nilsson, that was the request. Apparently the boy hasn't arrived yet. God grant he never comes at all. I, of course, didn't know that, and so I thought it better not to come to you in person, because the boy knows me slightly. We've crossed paths here and there in political life, and he's also heard about his mother's visits to me, and there was reason to fear that the sight of me might prematurely ruin the whole thing.
Roger felt the burden lifting from his chest. He positively luxuriated in his cigarette smoke.
So then, Mr. Nilsson, might I trouble you with this small request? If a man by the name of Peter Grunwald should happen to turn up in your vicinity, would you be so kind as to light a fire under his feet?
Mr. Topsmann,
he said,
this request is of such a nature that it is above all to my own benefit. So it is I who should be grateful to you, not the other way around. I do believe, however, that this remarkable young nobleman was merely talking at random and making things up. That he would ever actually turn up at my door, I have little faith in that.
Roger replied with a similar smile.
I think so too, but just in case, caution is never excessive. I'm glad I was able to carry out my domestic errand, and all the more glad that you are not too displeased by my intrusion.
He stood up, limped busily out from behind the table, and extended his hand.
Thank you very much, and once more I beg your pardon.
Nilsson bowed with a respectful, deep nod, smiled with his former soft and genial expression, and set his steps toward departure.
One more tiny little thing, Mr. Nilsson?
Roger interjected.
If you permit, I may come to visit you one of these days. I'll be staying in Finland for about a week. It's possible the boy may turn up after all, and it would be interesting to know. I'll telephone you before coming, of course.
Please do. I should be very glad to see an Estonian at my home. I haven't actually had such good fortune until now, but I would ask you to telephone beforehand. I'm so seldom at home. Good day.
Good day, once more, many thanks.
Nilsson departed with a straight stride like a young knight. Roger remained slumped behind the table with very uncertain impressions. He took the spectacles off his nose and stretched out his leg, which had gone quite stiff from the exertion of limping. Deep in thought, he stared absently at the table, which was covered with friend Pullinen's papers and books. Had that whole comedy been of any use, or did that sympathetic Mr. Nilsson truly stand at an unknown distance from all Grunewalds? And yet the mysterious slip of paper was still in his pocket, and on it stood, in quite plain language, a sentence that would not let itself be deceived. Roger felt quite exhausted from the tense agitation. He paced slackly back and forth across the room and didn't even notice when a short, round-figured woman appeared in the doorway.
"Excuse me, Mr. Roger,"
she said, somewhat awkwardly. Roger started, but immediately broke into a cheerful laugh.
Ah, Mrs. Pullinen. You see, dear lady, I've made myself so comfortable here, as though I weren't a guest at all. Has Mr. Pullinen not come home yet?
"Not yet. He probably won't be home early today. But Mr. Roger, don't take it amiss. Was that really Mr. Nilsson who was just here? I looked through the bedroom window. It was him all right."
You're right. It was indeed Mr. Nilsson.
"Visiting you?"
Visiting me?
The lady stood there somewhat at a loss. Her robustly red cheeks turned even redder. She was plainly embarrassed.
It must seem extraordinary to you, of course, madam,
said Roger.
And I beg your pardon that under your kind roof I'm conducting such unseemly business. But I've explained everything to Pullinen. Forgive me for not saying a word about it to you, but there are such peculiar circumstances.
The lady smiled dismissively. She stood like a glowing apple at the edge of the threshold, youthful and radiant with health.
"Not that,"
she said.
None of that concerns me. I was just... More to the point, you certainly put some life into that gentleman.
"Put some life into him?"
Oh, yes. I watched from the window how he shot out the door like a pistol crack. and then took off homeward at great speed. He practically ran.
Roger pricked up his ears. That was not bad news.
Well, perhaps he's simply a fast walker.
Oh, no. His habit is just the opposite, to walk slowly and with dignity. That's why I was quite amazed at what sort of medicine you gave him.
It was nothing special, but who knows?
There must have been something to it, but well, that's none of my business. More to the other matter. When will you come for lunch?
Oh, thank you so much, madam. I'm causing you so much trouble now.
Don't mention it. We usually eat around 4 o'clock. But if you have things to do that would prevent you from coming at that time, I'll arrange it differently.
No, that time suits perfectly. I'll just go for a stroll around town, and I'll be back long before then. Thank you for the room, madam.
The thanks aren't due to me. I only worry whether I can satisfy you in every respect. Do
The lady smiled with embarrassment.
you perhaps have any special wishes regarding lunch? I've heard that Estonians are very particular about food.
That's not true at all. Quite the opposite. We eat tinamra. We eat everything we're given. No, madam. Don't worry yourself on that account.
The lady became positively happy.
Then that's good. Then we'll manage somehow. Do go and take care of your business, and please be here by 4 o'clock. Goodbye, and please forgive me for disturbing you.
Good day, dear lady.
What a lucky ticket friend Pullinen has drawn, thought Roger with a smile. He then put on a sensible collar and necktie, arranged his hair in its normal style. He had combed it quite wildly against his scalp that morning, dressed in the entrance hall with thorough care, paying special attention to ensuring that his hat covered as much of his face as possible, and went out. The drizzle had vanished for today. The sky was overcast, the wind rolled through the clouds, and even the sun occasionally flashed its autumnally somber face. Helsinki was much more cheerful today than yesterday. The crisp autumn air had lightly flushed the great city's facade to a delicate pink. Nevertheless, the same mood lingered. The morning's excitement had left calm afterwaves beneath his heart, and despite the rather confused impressions that the conversation with Nilsson had set swirling, he felt a rising desire to continue the path he had begun with even greater determination. He passed inconspicuously by house number 12, pulling his coat collar up over his face. Then he stopped a few paces away, positioned himself behind a telephone post, and cast an examining glance at the fateful building. It was an ordinary block of flats, the kind that are practically the only type in Helsinki. A 5-story, broad-windowed structure with countless rows of windows. 2 entrances led into the building's interior from either side, and in the middle, a round-arched gateway yawned open. So this is it, then, thought Roger, and pressed his hand involuntarily against the breast pocket where, tucked between the pages of a small notebook, lay the mysterious strip of paper. That unknown and foreign guide on tangled paths, the last remnant of the fateful blue envelope. He could not tear his eyes away so easily. He let his gaze slide over the windows, over the cornices and facade carvings. Which of them might belong to Nilsson? The ground floor, the middle floor, the very top. But then Roger remembered what mattered most. He cast an anxious glance across the street to the building opposite number 12. That one was an even larger block, with 2 jagged towers on either end of its facade, noticeably taller than number 12. His gaze swept quickly over the front of the building. All manner of signs hung there, small ones and larger ones, but the desired lettering was nowhere to be found. Kavila, Ravintola. Those were the sorts of words Roger longed to find, but this was apparently one of those rare buildings in Helsinki that housed no such establishment. Bad, thought Roger. People moved along the street in a colorful bustle. They had an exciting day ahead. After all, It is no easy thing to hold one's own fate in one's hands. But Roger nevertheless dared to bother an elderly gentleman with the most everyday of questions.
Excuse me, sir, is there a cafe or restaurant anywhere nearby? I've just arrived from out of town and would dearly love to find such an establishment.
The old gentleman seemed to be in quite a cheerful mood. Cafe. Restaurant.
You are the first person I have ever heard ask such a question. You want a restaurant, a cafe?
Precisely.
Well, yes. Sad to say, this is quite an unfortunate street in Helsinki. The nearest cafe is terribly far from here, you see there, where that red building is on the corner. That's where it is, nothing closer.
The old man chuckled at his own joke, as if he had pulled off a very fine bit of humor. But his disappointment was rather considerable when Roger shook his head and replied,
That really is quite far, nothing closer anywhere.
Far? Far? What do you mean? Well, it's not right here on the doorstep, of course, but it's only a few meters away.
You see, I would actually need something right here in the immediate vicinity, in that building across the street, for instance, or next to it.
Yes, well, that's tough luck if it has to be right under your nose, but, as I can see, there in the window of that building across the street, there's a little sign. Affordable and hearty home-cooked lunches. Would that suit you?
A little twinkle of mischief flickered through the old man's beard. Roger fixed his eyes on the sign that had been pointed out to him. Indeed, that would do. One could not wish for a better spot. Second floor, from there a sufficient view.
Many thanks, many thanks. That suits perfectly. I couldn't have asked for better. As long as one can get a proper lunch there.
I expect one can, if the sign says so.
Roger thanked the kind old gentleman once more and hurried quickly across the street. He measured the stairs with long strides and knocked with barely restrained impatience on the door, where a white sign with red letters hung, Home-Cooked Lunches, much smaller than it had appeared from below, from the street sign.
The Blue Envelope.
Roger had probably never in his life seen such a tiny woman as this diminutive and dainty creature who opened the door. The woman was already getting on in years, but in stature she had fallen far short of the natural course. Yet her voice was as strong and deep-toned as any full-grown man's. This unexpected contrast threw Roger into confusion.
Hello. Excuse me,
he stammered.
Is it possible to get lunch here?
The woman regarded him searchingly and with a touch of suspicion.
It is,
she rumbled, and Roger had the impression that the speaker was someone else entirely, some stout fellow behind the door.
But not right now. It's too early.
What time would it be possible, roughly?
In about an hour.
Roger thought.
Then there isn't very long to wait. Would you have any objection if I waited here for a little while?
Wait, that long?
You see, madam, I've just arrived in Helsinki, and I have nowhere to go at the moment. I'd happily sit here until lunch is ready.
The woman deliberated with herself for quite some time. Behind her heart, a strong suspicion and mistrust seemed to be gnawing.
Well, come in then,
she said at last with liminal hesitation.
Wait then.
Roger was shown into a spacious room whose two large side windows opened onto Vuorikatu. The tiny woman remained standing in the doorway, and from there her strong-voiced speech soon carried.
Sit wherever you like, but if you find it tedious, there's nothing I can do about that.
Not at all. I'll sit right here by the window, watch the people, and the time will pass soon enough.
Well, yes, it'll pass soon enough. When the food is ready, I'll bring it right out. What would you like? Milk soup or bouillon?
Bouillon would be better.
And would you prefer veal roast or cutlets? We have both today.
Bring the veal, then.
The woman made a few sounds and then disappeared into the back rooms. Roger hung his coat over the back of a chair and sat down at a small table by the window. He cast a joyful and triumphant glance at the turbid street. House number 12 was spread before him like the palm of his hand. He had not miscalculated. The bomb that had been detonated under Nilsson's nose today could not fail to produce results. That cold-blooded spirits dealer had not taken on such a hasty bearing for nothing when he had heard news of a most peculiar and strange nature. And right now, somewhere in an apartment in number 12, there must be a veritable infernal commotion. Poor Grunewald. What reproaches he must be hearing for having blabbed things that should have remained under 1,000 locks. These were not pleasant minutes for the poor nobleman. Roger lit a cigarette with relish and did not let his eyes leave the street. Some person of interest had to emerge from there sooner or later. That much one could at least hope for. And even the most skillful detective sometimes builds his plans on good fortune. But if nothing should come of it, well then. People streamed past along the pavement so thickly that it was not easy to keep both entrances in view. Someone could easily slip in or out unnoticed. But Roger had faith in his sharp eyes, just as he had faith that good fortune would be as generous today as it had been yesterday. The minutes stretched on slowly. When Roger looked at his watch after what felt like an age, only 5 minutes had passed. And yet, it had seemed as though he had been straining his eyes for at least a quarter of an hour. Gradually, a restless agitation began to creep into his nerves. Time was extremely pressing. Every delayed hour could blow the whole plan wide open. One had to assume that Nilsson would begin unraveling suspicions regarding Mr. Topsmann at the first opportunity, especially if he had spoken of the unexpected developments to Grunewald, and that gentleman would not fail to take the necessary measures to eliminate even the slightest danger. A visit to Mr. Nilsson must still be made today. But first, someone emerged from the near wing of the building. Roger strained his eyes and rose to a half-sitting position, his nose against the window pane. But it was just some old gentleman, plump and rotund, a pipe nose lost in a grey beard. Then from the other door emerged a lady with a small child by the hand, and both waved to a car waiting at a distance. A married couple walked arm in arm into the building's interior. A pair of boys scurried after them. A straight-backed and dashing military man paused on the steps. Nothing of the sort Roger was waiting for. He sank back into his chair without lifting his eyes from the street. Actually, this home-cooking dining room is rather well suited for such work, he thought. In a cafe, a man with such a restless demeanor, his nose constantly pressed against the window pane, would certainly attract unnecessary attention. The minutes rolled by, quarter hours pushed forward with maddening sluggishness in their slow march. Half an hour passed, 3/4 of an hour, an hour. Then from the back rooms came clinking and clattering, and to his great dismay Roger heard someone say behind his back in a booming voice,
"Lunch is ready now. I'll bring the spread to the table right away."
"Bring the spread to the table then, yes,"
replied Roger hesitantly, keeping one eye on the street. "It would be far more fitting if you kept your spread out of here," he cursed to himself. But the curse had no power whatsoever. The spread was brought to the table, large and ample, plates, 2 half-pound slices of pie. "Do I really look that desperately hungry?" marveled Roger, casting a glance at the mountain of food that would have sufficed for at least 3 strong men. But the generous hostess was of an entirely different opinion.
"If the gentleman wants more,"
she said,
"just shout. I'll bring more right away."
Roger suppressed a laugh, although the situation was quite tense, for around house number 12 there was presently very lively movement. The entrance doors kept flashing open and shut. Everyone was a stranger, however. Whether by good luck or bad, Roger found it difficult to determine at that moment.
"Oh my, madam,"
he said.
"There's enough here to feed a whole wedding party, but if it shouldn't be enough, well, fine. I suppose I'll shout."
The woman made a few mysterious
hums
and disappeared into the back room. It seemed to Roger, however, that she lingered for a moment in the doorway before closing the door. This remarkable guest must have struck her as rather peculiar. Roger had no appetite or desire to attack the mountain of food, but he did not dare leave the spread entirely untouched either. He tasted a bit of bouillon. It seemed to be quite hearty and clean-flavoured, nibbled at a corner of the pie, which was the sort of meat pie that in times of real hunger would indeed have one shouting for another portion. One had to admit the tiny woman had great gifts in the culinary arts. But at that very moment, all thoughts of culinary arts were swept from Roger's mind. On the steps of number 12, from the near entrance, appeared a thoroughly familiar figure who looked left and right, adjusted his hat, and then set off at a brisk pace in the direction of the city centre. "Hurrah! Grunewald!" So after all, the budding Pinkerton's shrewd calculations had not been the slightest bit mistaken. Roger sprang up from behind the table as if stung, threw his coat over his shoulders and ran for the door. Now the hostess truly got to hear the shouting she had wished for, and more besides. It was the purest form of a shout.
"Madam, how much do I owe?"
Roger had no time to take closer note of the little woman's mood. She must have been thoroughly startled and dismayed. He rummaged in great agitation for more or less the right banknotes and stormed out. Such a home lunch patron that generous hostess had surely never seen in her life. It was very difficult at first glance to spot the quarry in the street crowd. He had meanwhile, of course, already got quite far. A few minutes of brisk walking can cover a considerable distance. But Roger plunged ahead on good fortune, straight along Vuorikatu toward the city centre. It was very convenient that the kind city fathers had left Vuorikatu without a tram line, and it was equally fortunate that no side streets turned off either to the left or to the right. Grunewald therefore had to go on foot along the street. There was no other way for him. Roger hurried at a half-run, jostling passers-by and oncomers quite recklessly. But the strenuous panting paid off handsomely. Soon he spotted the familiar back, which must have been in an equally anxious rush, forcing its way relentlessly through countless people, with long strides, without looking back, without glancing aside. "How incautious," smiled Roger, slowing his pace slightly. He could at least peek back a little, just in case. Grunewald traversed Vuorikatu, hurried across the next street, turned onto a small side street, and from there headed straight for the esplanade. Roger was on his heels the whole time. He kept a suitable distance so that a brief backward glance would not prove fatal, and kept himself as much as possible in the shelter of other pedestrians and street posts. Upon reaching the esplanade, Grunewald slowed his pace noticeably. The surroundings seemed to make him calmer here. At a positively strolling tempo, he walked along the boulevard, even lit a cigarette. By the Runeberg monument, he paused for a moment, cast a glance at the sculptural mass honouring Finland's great poet, and then walked on. One mustn't forego the appreciation of art, naturally. Roger amused himself and increased the distance. On this side of the boulevard, the foot traffic was moderately sparse. A pursuer could easily be spotted. From the esplanade, Grunewald turned onto the street leading to the harbour and continued at the same tempo. It's quite kind of him not to hop on a tram, thought Roger. Heaven forbid if he should take a car. But Grunewald had no desire to give up walking. He seemed to be genuinely enjoying the fine weather and the sport of walking. From the leisurely movement of his legs, one could clearly read a comfortable savouring. Upon reaching Kaivopuisto, a faster gear was engaged. Roger nearly lost sight of his precious quarry. So quickly did the man slip between the ancient trees of Kaivopuisto. Yes, indeed, this Kaivopuisto. Roger had quite a few fond memories of this beautiful tree-lined hillside, but now was unfortunately not the time to begin recalling them. The situation was too prosaically nerve-cutting for that, to give way to blooming romance. Besides, Grunewald was scurrying ahead with such vigorous haste that Roger had quite a task staying on his heels. Already the sea glinted in the distance, the rows of houses grew ever sparser, and there was no thought of stopping. Now he's going to run blindly into the sea, Roger calculated with grim humour, though the situation was hardly suited to jokes. There were very few people about. The rows of trees could not provide much cover. How easily even the briefest backward glance could discover an unwelcome pursuer. That, however, did not happen. Grunewald's thoughts were focused on a single point. He slowed his pace thoughtfully, adjusted his hat, and then crossed the street toward a small two-story house that stood quite alone on the bare shoulder of a granite cliff. So this is the place. Roger stopped and pressed himself into the shelter of a thick chestnut tree. The position was extremely favorable. Hidden among the trees, no one could see him, while the house in its entirety lay before him like the palm of his hand. Grunewald now looked back for the first time. It was quite a hastily cast glance, thrown almost involuntarily, as if to ease one's conscience. But the air must have seemed perfectly clear. On the other side, someone was walking with a milk pail, and nothing suspicious could catch the eye from behind the chestnut trunk. Upon reaching the front steps, Grunewald paused for a moment, studied a small white sign on the door attentively, then turned up his coat collar and disappeared inside the building. "The first act is over," Roger said to himself in a joyful mood as the door clicked shut. "The second will surely be more colourful and eventful, as is the custom in the composition of plays." Finding a conveniently placed park bench behind him, Roger sat down on it and settled in to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Kaivopuisto. Now there was also time to sink into pleasant memories connected with this rocky park. It was not so long ago, just the previous summer, when he had spent several lovely and merry days here. Yes, that Martti Suolahti, with whom he had stayed at the time, was the sort of man whose equal one searches for in vain. No Finn is quite like him. Here under the northern sky, such exotic flowers grow only on the rarest of occasions. A writer by soul and by profession, fragile and sensitive to the slightest manifestation of life, positively surging with his tempestuous and passionate temperament, wild and boisterous, yet at the same time tender and sadly submissive, even with tears on his cheeks. He had at the time a certain woman, fair-skinned and fragrant with perfume. The love was great and strong, and Roger too got to witness from the sidelines the soaring heights of ardent passion. The three of them would sit there on a summer veranda, amid the twining of climbing plants, and created a southern Italy in the cool northern land. Great love makes for great spirits. Hours and days vanished as into a mist of dreams. Suolahti was happy as a child and blissful as a bridegroom beside his angel. Their house stood on the other side, by the sea's edge. Along the waves they would walk and romp about quite often, and Suolahti accumulated a whole series of new poems about the golden blue of the sea and the snowy drifting of his fair little Snow White upon the glistening crests of waves. The man could craft superb verses, and his novels were no worse. They were like lotus blossoms amid finished juniper and heather. But a heavy chorale soon came to cap the song of joy. Roger had to bear witness to a not altogether pleasant affair. One day the express post brought a letter from the fair-skinned Snow White, containing a few hastily scrawled lines to the effect that, "Forgive me, dear Marty, but my heart was already given to another long ago. I merely spent those days at your place for amusement, thank you very much. It was very nice. But now the fiancé demands a wedding. Farewell, live well. I shall always remember you." Suolahti raved and raged, smashed and hurled everything into chaos. But then he collapsed like a little flower beneath a mowing machine, his eyes drowning in tears. Snow White, Snow White, Snow White. Roger tried to console him, but there are no consolations at such times. Those golden words have not yet been found that would press balm upon the wound of love. And so they walked like shadows along the slopes of Kaivopuisto, dreaming by the sea, by the golden, but now already shattered, crests of waves. At home there was nothing left to eat. Sustenance had to be sought elsewhere. And so, one time, Roger awoke as if from a stupor. He leapt to his feet and cut his gaze to the building under surveillance, into which Grunewald had just disappeared. And of course, how had he not noticed it at once? It was indeed the very same house where he and the unfortunate Suolahti had once gone looking for a meal. Back then there had been a little sign on the door reading "Home-cooked lunches," and Roger strained his eyes. The white round sign on the house door was too small at this distance to make out the letters, but one could roughly discern from the hazy outlines the shapes of individual letters, and Roger read to his great delight, though partly with the aid of imagination, "Home-cooked lunches." The very same place where they had eaten that tasty pea soup on that sorrowful day with the broken-hearted writer. How small the world is in the end. You always come back to a point where you have already been. This time, however, the smallness of the world was far from a source of displeasure for Roger. He cheerfully whistled the first notes of Donna Clara and sat back down on the bench. He had to squeeze tightly into one corner, though, for the sun had meanwhile forced its way through the branches directly into his face, and bright light was far from a welcome friend for Roger on this particular occasion. One must say, Grunewald has chosen himself a dining spot very far from home. Were the meals here truly so extraordinarily delicious that one had to walk to the other end of the city for the sake of the same bowl of soup? True enough. Roger remembered very well that the pea soup that summer had indeed been uncommonly well made, and the pork roast alongside it had been far from bad either, but it seemed rather excessive enthusiasm to trudge 2 kilometers for the privilege. Roger glanced at his watch. 5 minutes past 1. 2 hours of tense work already, and who knows when the final curtain would fall. In any case, one had to reckon with the likelihood that Grunewald faced rather lengthy conversations ahead, and that one would have to spend quite a long time on this bench. But this caused Roger no distress. He felt that he was walking the right paths, and this spurred him on to new adventures. A touch of unease did arise from a worry of an entirely different nature. At home, they were waiting with eager eyes for fresh news from him, and really the first dispatch should already have been there today. But that sin could be atoned for later, at least in the event that he returned bearing a whole treasure of surprising news. Besides, there was still time today to observe selectively, and if he sent Pullinen's briefing there by tomorrow, there would be material enough. He settled in to wait, but he could have been far more restless and impatient. He had barely managed to light a cigarette when the front door was flung open with a cautious pull, and the familiar figure appeared in the doorway. With a quick leap, Roger was behind the tree, leaving only one eye on the field of observation. Grunewald walked quite slowly down the steps, glanced about in a flash, and then quickened his pace diagonally across the street. Roger let him reach a safe distance, and then set course for renewed pursuit. It was immediately apparent that the man had no further intention of attending to any business. He hurried back the way he had come with the gait of a person who, after a long journey, longs for the streets of home. Roger accompanied him as far as the corner of Vuorikatu. Further was no longer necessary. The man was going home. There was no doubt about it. Now there was an hour or so to untangle some dark threads.
"Taxi!"
called Roger.
"Kaivo puisto!"
He was there shortly. Upon reaching the first houses, he had the car stop, settled the fare quickly, and now walked at a leisurely, strolling pace along the boulevard. He strolled down to the sea, gazed at the gently rocking waves, then turned back and approached the building of interest from the other side.
Climbing the steps, he noticed at once that the little sign did indeed read, in rather faint letters, "Home-cooked lunches." It was evidently his destiny today to become acquainted with just such establishments. Still, this time the need was not quite so forced upon him. The long walk had produced a genuine little appetite. A small grey man received Roger in a friendly manner. With his thinly spreading beard and his zigzagging apron, he called to mind a fairy-tale gnome rather more than a chef. Roger recalled that this was a familiar figure. The previous year it had been this same kindly old fellow who had brought him his pea soup.
"Hello there, forgive me, is the food ready yet? Is there enough for a stranger like me?"
The gnome-like man made a bow, first from one foot, then from the other.
But of course, please, one moment. Well, that's fine then.
Roger left his coat in the entrance hall and followed the old man into the dining room. It was a low and dim room. Large trees outside the tiny window smothered even the sunlight. It was indeed the same room where he had sat with Suolahti that time. The large painting of a winter landscape on the back wall was the same too.
"Have a seat,"
bowed the old man in the same rhythm. He scurried quickly to the door, made a few circuits around the long dining table, straightened the tablecloth, shifted the chairs, and then stood before Roger in a humble pose.
"Forgive me, sir,"
he said with an amused pretense of concern,
"but you will have to wait a little, just a short while. Very sorry indeed, but the pie is not yet ready. We serve on average around 4 o'clock. Yes, around 4 o'clock. That is why—"
"Pies again?"
Roger smiled to himself, and besides, this old fellow would make a very fitting pair with that gnome madam from before.
"Not at all,"
he said cheerfully.
"I'll wait with pleasure. I'm in no hurry. You wouldn't happen to have pea soup today, would you?"
The old man froze in a comical pose.
"Oh, no, bouillon and pie. Then pork chops, and then apple soup. Good pork chops, and lovely apple soup."
He spoke Finnish with a slight stiffness. He was evidently a Swede.
"That's wonderful. I only asked about the pea soup because I was here once before and you had such a pea broth that one remembers it well.
The old man pushed a smug, self-satisfied laugh into his beard.
Yes. We had just the same pea soup yesterday, as a matter of fact. I always make beautiful soups from peas. Ah, the gentleman has been here before?
Yes, last year Marquis Swolati and I came here for a meal once.
Now both hands were raised beneath the beard.
Oh, my, with Mr. Suolati. He was my old friend, a very dear friend. He always came to eat at my place. Every day he came. Whoever comes to my place once keeps coming forever. And it was terribly sad when that Mr. Suolati...
What happened to him?
Oh, you don't even know? Haven't heard? Very bad business, very bad business. He went and got married. He didn't tell you anything?
No, he hadn't. Good heavens, he even got married.
Yes, and so suddenly that you couldn't even suspect it, couldn't even fear it. He used to come eat every day, and then he just stopped coming. Didn't come at all. Wait or don't wait. And then I run into him one time at the market square. A woman on his arm, basket neatly in hand and cabbages in the basket. A married man. Nothing to be done. He got married, very bad business.
That is bad business indeed, but I wonder who the woman might be.
The old man was quite distressed and worried.
Who knows? She was shortish and dark-eyed. Had spectacles on her nose too. Suolati, a fine old gentleman, did say, "Look here, come and see my young wife too." But I never did go see her. Couldn't be bothered.
So dark-eyed and bespectacled, even snowflakes vanish easily from memory. Roger mused.
Such a rotten business, yes,
the old man continued.
But one must endure it all the same. Now, you just wait a little. The pie will be ready soon. Have a look around or read the newspaper. You won't get bored at my place.
I won't get bored. I'm sure it'll be fine.
The old man shuffled off to the other room. From there came the clatter of kitchen utensils, the sizzle of pans, and then something that nearly made Roger cry out. Someone was speaking to the cook in a deep bass voice.
"What did the old geezer want?"
the voice said.
"Drives people away so rudely from the premises."
The old man's soft murmur carried through, from which not a single clear syllable reached the other room, though Roger strained his ears to the utmost. Then came more clattering of pots and pans, banging of stove lids, and the deep bass voice broke in with a hearty chuckle.
"Well now, things are certainly much worse at the Yucantali poorhouse. Devil and damnation, this pie is collapsing today like a flatbread. Did you forget to add milk or what?"
Then everything fell quiet. Only sounds connected with kitchen work could be heard, and the old man's irritated humming. Heavy thoughts descended upon Roger. He could not at first arrange them in a logical sequence, could not quite find the means to do so, for the entire situation now appeared to be one that demanded swift and decisive action. He grew restless and impatient, thoughts racing through his mind at a wild gallop. What to do? How to plan the next steps? So he was among Estonians, in a small expatriate colony. Here, apparently, decisive threads were being arranged. But which ones? In what direction? Lord, if only he didn't slip up now, if only he could find the right groove. Roger rose to his feet, trembling all over with impatience, and walked to the window. A small courtyard was visible through the glass, a door in the back wall of the building. A flock of chickens scrabbled in the autumn mud, a rooster strutted back and forth, tail stiffly erect. It was a quite calming idyll, yet too mundane to force Roger's mind to settle. He walked back to the table, sat on the chair, let his eyes wander restlessly around the room, thoughts pressing like a taut burden on the back of his neck. There was the familiar wall painting, a picture of Christ with a host of angels, a small shelf, a corner mirror, a cloth. His absent-minded gaze wandered across the whole room, over the floor, the walls, the ceiling. Then it returned to the opposite wall, Christ, the little shelf, the mirror, the cloth. But now reality pressed itself into his eyes, and into the absent-minded gazing crept a sharp attentiveness. On the wall hung some object, and its dark red border lines cut in some strange way into Roger's alert consciousness. It was some kind of neckerchief, woolen, shortish, with reddish edge stitching. A neckerchief with red stitching. Devil take it. Could it really be? Roger rose hesitantly to his feet and walked cautiously, keeping a wary eye on the kitchen door, toward the wall. With stiffening fingers, he felt the soft weave of the kerchief, lifted it right up to his eyes, examined it from both sides. Yes, there was no doubt. This was exactly the kind of neckerchief Robert Tenzing had. Roger remembered clearly. He had seen one just like it around Tenzing's neck on so many occasions, and hanging in the cloakroom too. Once he had even tied it around his own neck by mistake, and had noticed the error later at the office. This was exactly the same kind, greyish with red stripes. There are identical neckties all over the world, of course, but it would truly be almost mystical if mere chance, bare chance alone, had carried this one here. More likely. Now Roger's mind began to clear gradually. He strode resolutely to the table, composed himself into as indifferent a pose as possible, and snatched up the newspaper. If only he could get away from here as quickly as possible. But he must not leave the slightest suspicion behind. The role he had begun must be played to the end in its original key. If only the pie would be ready quickly, even if it had collapsed like a flatbread. But evidently the pie had suffered other serious misfortunes beyond its collapse, for minute rolled after minute, and the old man appeared from nowhere in sight. Only sizzling and clattering could be heard, a little hushed conversation, and the bright clinking of plates. Roger's agitation had risen to its final degree when at last the door opened and the old man's goat-knee beard appeared in the doorway. A sharp smell of soups and roasts wafted into the room, and Roger felt that despite everything, his appetite had lost none of its edge.
"Well, now the pie is on the table,"
he said cheerfully. At least he tried to strike such a tone. The old man set out on the table a tureen of bouillon, slices of pie, a plate, and other household items.
"It's ready,"
he muttered triumphantly.
"And a good pie. Much better than usual. Please, I'll bring the cutlet right away."
Roger set about the food with appetite, though the nervous haste coursing through his whole body prevented him from truly savouring any of the hungry pleasures. The pie vanished quickly, the cutlet met the same fate, and settling the bill at a leisurely pace, Roger said to the old man with a satisfied expression,
"A belly full of honest food. I'll come again if you'll have me."
"Delighted, very delighted."
Roger dressed in the entrance hall, the old man bowing at his heels. He tossed out a few more jesting remarks, and then such a rush surged into his thoughts that he did not draw breath until he was already at the nearest trees of Kaivopuisto. He hailed a taxi, leapt onto the back seat, and said softly into the driver's compartment,
"Criminal police!"
The clock struck precisely 4 when Roger arrived back at Pullinen's apartment. The lady of the house opened the door and immediately expressed her unconcealed delight that he had been so punctual, The soup need not cool for nothing.
Someone was already looking for you. There was a telephone call,
she added.
From where?
I don't know, Pullinen was the one talking.
Ah, Pullinen is already home?
He came back about half an hour ago. People are flocking to the elections by themselves. I don't need to do anything more, he says.
That's good then,
said Roger, more to himself than to the lady, and strode quickly into the room. Pullinen had stretched himself out comfortably on the sofa in the parlour. The drowsy mood had evidently already crept into his bones. He could barely force his eyes open when Roger stepped in.
Someone called for me?
Pullinen yawned with broad relish and sat up, groaning.
They were already looking for you, yes. You've apparently formed quite close ties with that Nilsson.
Roger whistled a long note.
Nilsson called?
He did, asked to speak with Mr. Topsmann. Hearing that this politely limping gentleman was not at home, he asked very softly and humbly when he might approximately appear. I knew you had promised to be here by 4, but I was cunning enough to conceal that. Don't know, I said. Perhaps not until late in the evening.
Roger clapped his palm on Pullinen's broad back.
Well done, you did that splendidly. Another favor to me.
But now it really is high time you explained this whole comedy to me. Otherwise, I must say, you're becoming quite rude to your hosts. Feed you and give you drink, hand you the softest feather pillows, and you go about such business that one could go mad with curiosity.
You shall have your share at once, and right this instant. That's the very thought I had stepping through the door just now. Time is pressing and urgent. Every minute may cost dearly. Let's step into your study. It's probably quieter there.
Pullinen smiled dismissively.
Oh, come now, you can't even take a joke. I was just saying.
Very well, but reporting to you is on my agenda right now, and I'm doing it practically for my own benefit. I'm hoping, you see, for one more small favor on top of everything else. Let's go to the back.
In Roger's voice and bearing there was obvious agitation and impatience. This nudged Pullinen too into a somewhat more serious frame of mind, and they walked through the parlour into the study, whose homely comfort was far more favourable for the revelations that were promised. Roger made his explanation swiftly and to the point, conveying only the most essential and important matters. But in the course of the telling, he himself gathered momentum and enthusiasm, so that he was practically flushed and breathless by the time he reached his final sentences.
So that's how things stand, dear friend and kinsman. As you can see yourself, nothing is truly conclusive, for nothing can I truly vouch. Yet my suppositions are weighty enough and well-founded enough that one may permit oneself a small risk. The police initially took the whole thing as rather utopian and naive, and of course there was ample reason for that. But in the end, they did begin to take on a more serious expression. In any case, something is going to happen soon at Kaivopuisto. What exactly? Who dares or knows how to predict? But I must now press on in the storm I've set in motion, come what may, and let happen what will.
Pullinen was as if transported to another world. He listened with mounting tension, fidgeted restlessly in the armchair, forgot the cigarette that went out between his lips.
What do you intend to do now?
He asked with agitation.
Next in order is a visit to Nilsson.
To Nilsson?
Just so, there's no other way, and immediately, at once.
But don't you see that this is extremely dangerous? You said yourself that Nilsson may be sensing impending danger.
Of course I know that, but I didn't come here merely to sniff around for clues or to sample Finnish housewives' pies and bouillons. One must also stick one's head in the fire, having once tangled oneself in this affair. Between us, I even took into account the possibility that someone may be lying in ambush somewhere nearby and doing a quick little Lapua job. Apparently they didn't plan that after all, and if they called just now, they have entirely different plans in mind. Or, who knows, perhaps they wanted to find out exactly when I'd be back, so they'd know the right moment to pull me into a car. That's why it was very good that you didn't give them more precise information about my return. Well, fine. In any case, I'm now going voluntarily right under their noses. Let's shake hands on it, so to speak.
My.
Pullinan burst out in admiration.
You've really become quite the man. Strange, unbelievable.
Strange to myself as well. But listen further. I have no particular desire to put myself between their pincers without some precautions, not so much in my own interest as in the interest of the matter itself. That's why I was cunning enough to take certain precautionary measures.
What kind?
You'll hear about that later. I just wanted to tell you, if my decisive move interests you, then you might walk about a bit in front of Nilsson's building, naturally, so it's not noticeable. It may be that in half an hour I'll walk calmly out onto the street, limping heavily on my left foot, but it may also be that, well now, as I said, only if it interests you.
Interests me? You're spinning a regular crime novel here, and it shouldn't interest me.
Good. But now, have the lady find my morning attributes at once, collar, tie, and all the other gear. Remember, I have to go there as Topsmann. I'm afraid I've been terribly rushed dumping this whole story on you so hurriedly, but circumstances compel it. We can discuss things more calmly later. I'll get in touch with Nilsson right away.
Pullinan vanished from the room in a flash. Roger seized the telephone nervously.
11302, please.
Connected.
Hello, might I speak with Mr. Son? Speak with Mr. Nilsson?
Nilsson speaking.
Ah, how very delightful. Topsmann here, disturbing you. You'll remember, this morning you paid me a kind visit? Yes, good evening. You telephoned me? Has something happened?
The voice on the other end turned soft and smooth.
Just so, Mr. Topsmann. That Grunewald of yours hasn't been exaggerating too much to his mother after all. He did turn up.
Really? I'd already thought it was all just talk. Very interesting.
Yes. After lunch, someone suddenly appeared, a young stranger, introduced himself, Mr. Peter Grunewald. I naturally put on a face as though I hadn't the faintest idea about him. Those business plans, they too are almost identical to what you told me. Only some rather interesting details emerged, and I would very much have liked to discuss them with you more closely. If it's not too much trouble, I would be infinitely grateful if you would stop by my place for a moment. I could, of course, also come to you.
No, I'd be delighted to visit your kind home. When might I come?
Anytime. I'm home all day. Perhaps I'll come right now, if that suits you.
Very much so. I shall be waiting.
Excellent. I'll be there in a quarter of an hour. All the best.
A pleasant evening.
Roger tossed the telephone receiver clattering onto its cradle. It was clear. On their side, the nets had been cast. Let the little mouse hop into the trap. Well now, there are wondrous and strange days in this world. Living like this is quite the pleasure. Pullinan was soon on hand with his requisites. He watched with utter impatience and great excitement as Roger transformed into Mr. Topsmann and even tried to help. So fiercely did restless impatience churn in his blood. The lady of the house waited in vain for the men to come to the cooling lunch table. Roger had been in such a whirlwind of decisive action that he had not had a moment until now to think of fear or apprehension. Only now, climbing the stairs to the second floor of building number 12, did he feel a hollow tearing beneath his heart, which made his step slow and reluctant. But he forced it away with sheer willpower, cast all threads of fear far beyond distant lands. Now it was no longer possible to think of turning back. Yet his hand made nervous twitches when he pressed the bell button. A soft ringing carried all the way to the corridor, and with that ringing the hollowness beneath Roger's chest sank deeper and deeper. With great effort he regained his balance, and it was the last moment. Sharp footsteps sounded, and the door was pulled open. Nilsson himself stood in the doorway.
Ah, so soon already. Good evening, good evening.
The handshake was warm and cordial. Just as cordially he was asked to take off his overcoat and step into the living quarters. The bows were refined and elegant. Roger's considerably more clumsy, of course, for it is hardly comfortable to strike fine poses while limping along. They walked through the parlour, which was brightly lit and richly furnished, into the back room, which proved to be Mr. Nilsson's study. Here, too, the furnishings were tasteful and expensive. Deep armchairs stood in a dark grey row around a massive writing desk. The walls were covered with original Finnish paintings, and against the back wall a dark green tapestry fell in heavy folds all the way to the floor. From the ceiling lamp a cheerful glimmer was cast across the entire room. The silver writing implements on the desk's dark red felt threw a soft shimmer across the whole table, and that shimmer was the first thing that jolted Roger from his half-dazed state to full awareness. His thoughts returned to their firm track. His movements acquired naturalness and a confident air. It is always strange, the things a person does, Roger thought, as he sank into the soft armchair. Half unconsciously, he had called Pullinen out to the street, not even knowing himself what use it might be. But now he felt that it was somehow more secure and reassuring to sit in the midst of the enemy's lair, knowing that a friend and helper was walking outside, even though this could not provide any concrete support. At least not for the time being. Nilsson took his seat behind the writing desk, looked at Roger with a trusting and respectful expression, and his full, handsomely shaped lips drew into a gentle smile.
So then, Mr. Topsmann, that Grunewald has indeed turned up after all. By the way, he's a very pleasant young man, knows how to talk and conduct himself like a real gentleman. If you hadn't given me a closer explanation earlier, I wouldn't have suspected anything wrong. And he has ready money with him too.
A great deal?
Roger interjected.
He didn't state the exact sum, but somewhere around 20,000 Finnish marks, as far as I could gather.
Did he have any kind of business proposals?
Asked Roger. Let's see how long he keeps up the game and where he's trying to worm his way in, he thought to himself, and resolved to continue playing his part as long as the high tension allowed.
That's exactly where the matter stands. His business schemes are very interesting. I wanted to discuss them with you in a little more detail. The gentleman has the scheme, you see, of acquiring capital here in Finland, and then taking a large newspaper in Estonia under his wing.
Roger felt a sharp sting. It was clear that his Topsmann was no longer regarded in Nilsson's eyes as remotely a Finn. So be it. Let's see who is the greater actor, Nilsson this morning, or he this afternoon.
A newspaper?
He said with broad amazement.
My, what far-reaching plans.
Yes, the plans are sweeping. Their party has supposedly been forced into a difficult position precisely because it lacks its own mouthpiece. But the Workers' Party supposedly has such a large body of supporters behind it that if they could work with their own newspaper for even a few months, they could leave all the other parties high and dry.
Roger smiled and adjusted his tie-pin, which kept threatening to come loose from its rear clasp and tumble into his lap.
Well, he's certainly quite rosy about his party, then. As far as I know, there's nothing there but a few young gentlemen with swindler tendencies. And if I recall correctly, Grunewald himself is quite the greenhorn, with a long stretch of years to wait before he becomes a grown man.
Roger glanced, as much as the situation allowed, toward the tapestry hanging on the back wall, and noticed at that moment, just as he reached the word greenhorn in his speech, a barely perceptible ripple. A fold or two seemed to have silently quivered, or was it merely his imagination? Nilsson cleared his throat, his smile unchanged.
That's what he claimed here, at any rate. At first, there was of course no way to verify these claims. You know the matter better, naturally. But this much I can say, he managed to paint me quite a concrete picture of the whole transaction. Moreover, one suggesting that investing capital in a newspaper to be purchased would yield very large profits, and therefore businessmen ought to take a keen interest in the venture. In Estonia, he hadn't managed to collect more than the sum he had to show here, because the businessmen there are so deeply entangled in party politics that no one would invest their capital in a left-leaning newspaper, even though the profits were supposedly within reach. That's why he came to Finland, to procure impartial capital, on top of which he supposedly has an inheritance matter to settle here.
Roger adjusted his jacket lapels and shifted his lame leg into a more comfortable position.
Well, it's quite fortunate then,
he said in a businesslike manner,
that I was able to give you a small explanation earlier. One can well imagine that he knows how to make his schemes seem very trustworthy here. Did he?
Roger smiled faintly.
Did he happen to explain which newspaper they intend to purchase?
He did say.
Which one exactly?
You have a newspaper there, called Uus Eesti. That one precisely.
A faint flush appeared in Nilsson's eyes. It flashed only in the pupils, but it did not escape Roger's notice. All the more firmly he settled himself into the saddle of his role.
Ha ha ha!
He laughed merrily.
Splendid! The fellow has nerve and imagination. As a socialist, I naturally stand at a fair remove from Uus Eesti. But I do know this much. Grunwald can sooner turn his inheritance matters in Finland into real value than think of buying Uus Eesti.
In Nilsson's eyes, a sharp flash glinted far more noticeably. The smile on his lips was visibly held with effort, and into the soft ring of his voice crept firmer tones.
I wouldn't know. But naturally, Grunewald and I also talked about other things, and then he explained in rather great detail that Mr. Topsmann supposedly had very close ties with Uus Eesti.
The attack begins, thought Roger. But best defended is he who fires the first shot. Let's count the charges. He settled himself into as comfortable a pose as possible, gazed with a superior smile straight into Nilsson's eyes, and then said cheerfully,
Perhaps it would be better, Miss Nilsson, if you no longer called me Topsmann, but Roger?
Roger felt a deep satisfaction. That shot had landed superbly. Nilsson flinched with his whole body, his brow furrowed into creases and wrinkles, and his lips quivered in uncertain twitches, unsure whether to keep smiling or to put on the right face. But with surprising speed, he recovered his balance. Already the next moment he was smiling as before, modestly and warmly, and his voice too was governed by the same old softness.
Well, well, Mr. Roger, that is kind of you to end the comedy, and at the same time, I cannot help but pay you a heartfelt compliment. You have managed quite skillfully to find your way here to Vuorikatu.
Roger smiled with the same cheerfulness as before.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I haven't quite earned the compliment. That cunning Grunwald led me here himself, brought me here, so to speak, by the nose.
How so?
That's another story entirely. It's probably better to talk about it some other time. But now permit me to ask, how could you have guessed my true identity behind my remarkably successful and superb labor inspector's mask?
Nilsson cast a slightly ironic glance across the desk.
The mask was successful, and the topics of conversation likewise, but it was transparent all the same, especially once I discussed the matter with Grunewald. Well now.
Nilsson shifted to a more businesslike tone, though the cordial note did not vanish entirely.
What interests me very much now is what reasons you had for playing such a comedy. For to put oneself through such labor of disguise, all those collars, ties.
The tie is genuine, of historical value.
Roger interjected into Nilsson's irony.
That I can well believe, one can see, but all of this still requires effort and initiative, the shadowing itself, for instance. There must be a very powerful driving force that compelled all of this.
You cannot guess what it is?
To confess outright, no. I do have my own small supposition, of course, for which I had some grounds. I've known Grunewald for a couple of years now. I've had some dealings with him. And it's perfectly natural that, coming to Helsinki on purely personal business, he didn't fail to pay a visit here. That's all. But what compelled you to stage such a production, to go to such trouble, to take such risks? That remains dark to me. Moreover, you spoke very ill of Grunewald. You even fabricated stories about his mother's conversations, about suspicious financial operations and so forth. What is the purpose of such slander, which apart from anything else may bring you very troublesome complications?
I always answer for my words and deeds, before any man.
Fine, fine. But there must have been some reason. Of course, I can imagine that you too have heard the fairy tale that is told about me in certain circles. Something about spirit smuggling and other such things. I assume as much, but were you really so naive as to begin suspecting Grunewald and tracking him down on the basis of that foolish legend? That's not believable, as far as I've been able to get to know you. It would truly be most interesting to receive a closer explanation, and quite amicably, since we have no reason to be enemies.
Roger adopted a tone and posture of resolute firmness.
Mr. Nilsson, we can speak amicably only when you too stop play-acting, as I already have. If you speak of those spirit stories as some laughable legend, so be it. I couldn't care less. I'm not about to go chasing smugglers in a foreign country. That's none of my concern. But you must admit that it's also a fairy tale when you seriously claim here and now that you cannot even guess the true reasons for my activities. You know them very well. Let's stop the charade.
This was said firmly and sharply. Nilsson's expression took on an entirely different aspect. The smile vanished. Sharp, hard lines appeared at the corners of his mouth, and Roger was almost startled when he heard the next sentences. So much had Nilsson's voice changed, acquiring an entirely different ring, icy and harsh, with not a trace left of the former polite gentleness.
Mr. Roger,
he said with heavy emphasis,
your attack is groundless, and I do not at all like it when you try to pin things on me that I know nothing about, especially when those things appear to be rather foul-smelling. We cannot continue speaking in such a tone for long. I say that plainly.
Well, then perhaps you'd be so good as to invite in that gentleman who has been lurking behind that wall or curtain the entire time.
Nilsson cast a quick, involuntary glance behind him, and for a moment his face froze into a petrified mask of alarm. He could not grasp the right word, coughed in confusion, and in his eyes gleamed undisguised fury. The situation was extremely critical. The threads stretched to the breaking point. Roger felt this with complete clarity, and involuntarily his hand slid closer to the pocket where the nickel-plated death pistol lay unsuspectingly. Would he truly need it? For a moment, complete silence reigned in the room. Then Nilsson slowly rose from his chair, and Roger waited with pounding heart for his next movement, prepared for the worst. But the situation resolved itself in an entirely unexpected way. The curtain was thrown open on both sides at that very moment, and into the soft light of the ceiling lamp appeared a broad-shouldered, bull-necked figure, Grunewald. His face was pale, and his dark eyes had sunk behind their lids. An uncontrollably furious gaze was cast into Roger's startled eyes. Another silence followed. Then Nilsson sat back down in his chair, nervously lit a cigarette, and said coldly in Grunewald's direction,
"Sit down!"
Grunewald took a seat at the corner of the table, grim and sullen. Roger forced himself with a desperate effort into a cheerful manner.
"Hello, Mr. Grunewald,"
he said merrily.
"Look where we meet again at last, under quite extraordinary circumstances."
Grunewald bit off a few halting syllables.
What's so extraordinary about it?
Grunewald is right.
Nilsson picked up the thread of conversation, trying to strike as light-hearted a tone as possible.
There's really nothing extraordinary here. It's so easily understood. I wanted to see how long you would keep playing your Topsmann act, and I asked Mr. Grunewald to step behind the curtain here, in case you began denying your true identity more desperately, so that there would be a reliable witness close at hand to tear off the mask. Well, things have gone differently, and we can take the whole affair as an amusing comedy. as one worthy scene in this farce that you, Mr. Roger, have staged with such great diligence.
Heh heh heh. Grunewald hummed an angry laugh to himself.
Very well,
said Roger.
For some reason, you are very eager, Mir Nilsson, to brand all of this as comedy. I must say, I don't like to see farces at the theater, let alone to stage them myself.
So you do have something serious after all?
Nilsson jabbed mockingly.
Very much so, and I have no reason to doubt that sooner or later, you too will see it soberly enough. Good. Here we are now, 3 men together, 2 enemy camps facing each other. Let's not deny it, and let's lay all our cards on the table, as honest enemies always do. The advantage is on your side besides. So what reason is there for that side to throw up smoke screens?
Then lay those cards out,
Nilsson prompted. Heh. Grunewald hummed a snicker.
I'll do so at once. Look, the thing is that last Monday, a well-known politician of ours, Mr. Robert Tenzing, disappeared mysteriously in Estonia.
Grunewald was a poor actor. His features contracted into something frightened and scrutinizing, and it was a truly bloody effort to force himself into indifference. Nilsson, on the other hand, did not move a muscle, calmly puffing his cigarette, his eyes full of meaningless indifference.
This disappearance,
Roger continued,
naturally caused a great uproar and set all of Estonia in motion. All the more so because no one could find a single lead that would have brought the mysterious disappearance even slightly closer to explanation. The whole affair was buried in such dark obscurity that there was no hope of lifting that veil even a little. Political motives were assumed, of course, but assumptions remained assumptions, and no one got any further. Even Mr. Grunewald was questioned, naturally without result. I don't know by what caprice of fate it fell to me of all people to unravel the threads of this act of violence, but I stumbled, half by accident really, into its labyrinth, and so I have made this matter a question of life and death for myself. That is why I traveled here to Finland, why I played the labor inspector this morning, Mr. Mihkel Topsmann, and why I am here now, gentlemen.
Nilsson pensively tapped ash from his cigarette. That he did not do this toward the ashtray, but into his own lap. From this, Roger noted that behind the man's icy face, something must have been moving rather nervously. Grunewald fidgeted to himself, slowly casting sullen glances across the table.
I mean to say directly, and without detour,
Roger surged into a decisive momentum,
that the threads of Tenzing's disappearance reach all the way here, to Vuorakatu Twals, and that only you, Mr. Nilsson, and Mr. Grunewald know at this moment where Robert Tenzing is.
Grunewald raised a gasp, but Nilsson burst into bright laughter.
Superb, superb,
he cackled.
Forgive me for using the word comedy. This is the most genuine tragicomedy, a doleful operetta in 3 acts. Of course, Mr. Roger. Be perfectly at ease. Your Robert Tenzing is right here and nowhere else. He's probably fidgeting right now under the table or behind a chair. Ha ha ha! Splendid stuff, devil take it.
He laughed long and heartily, then wiped his eyes with a handkerchief and turned to a more businesslike tone.
Now let jokes be jokes, but I am truly sorry for you, Mr. Roger. You are a very likable fellow, but you have far too much imagination. If I may ask, under what circumstances have you arrived at such fantastical conclusions? I had not heard of any Mr. Tenzing until yesterday, and I only read about his disappearance in a small news item. So you can imagine how laughable and pointless your fantasy must seem to me.
Now don't tell me that this seems somehow funny to you. One may laugh, of course, but a person doesn't always laugh from the heart. Why then are you, Mr. Grunewald, not at all amused?
I never laugh at stupidities.
Especially not, of course, when you yourself have committed some stupidity.
Grunewald leapt to his feet. A heavy fist landed thudding against the table.
Damn it, I can't stand this any longer. Don't think all of this won't cost you dearly, very dearly.
Calm yourself,
Nilsson said sharply.
And now, Mr. Roger, we shall not talk much longer. Enough already. Do you have anything more to say, or is it time to leave?
Roger stood up.
I'm leaving shortly. Just one more question. Is Mir Tenzing still at Kaivopuisto by the seashore, or has he already been taken somewhere else?
It was this question that finally destroyed the comedy and began the drama. Roger felt it before the sentence was even finished. Nilsson sprang to his feet, his face drained of blood. Grunewald gasped aloud, and the next instant was already upon Roger with a lunging leap. "Mihkel!" flashed through Roger's mind, but at the same moment something heavy struck his brow. A white fog flickered before his eyes. "Leave him!" he heard Nilsson shout. Then he swung his fist in a wide arc across the table, seized the first object he could grasp, and hurled it with all his strength at the window. There came the crash and shatter of a pane. He heard no more. The heavy fog at his brow sent him crumpling into a heap among the chairs. He came to quite soon, however. He heard confused voices around him, the banging of doors, heavy footsteps. He tried to push himself up, but his arms would not support him, and his head sank back like lead onto the carpet. Then he felt someone's hands around him. Some bearded face swam before his eyes, and a flash of joy shot through his hazy brain. He rose from the floor and sank into something soft. He realized without further thought, though dimly, that it was the armchair, Nilsson's leather chair. This knowledge cleared his mind somewhat, and he tried to open his eyes. But some white burden lay upon his eyelids that would not budge even with the greatest effort. He tried to push the weight aside with his hand, but it was no use. His hand merely made a vague, floating gesture as if through fog. All right, he thought, as if to himself. It will pass. It will pass. Then a deep torpor seized him again, and he felt himself floating somewhere far away in a misty, purple haze. It was vast and boundless, emptiness below and above, dark sounds somewhere beyond infinity. The whole time, tra-la-la, tiri-la-la. He awoke suddenly, as if with a single leap vaulting from oblivion into reality. His eyes opened, his brow felt light, and the first glance around the room brought him at once to full consciousness. At the table sat Nilsson in his former pose, but Grunewald stood apart, right by the window. All around, men in uniform were bustling about, large, strong, businesslike. So that was it. He had hurled something at the window, and they must have come then, as had been arranged. They had gotten inside in time after all, at the very last moment.
"Well, sir, feeling better?"
he was asked kindly, and Roger recognized in the questioner the familiar, broad-featured face with whom he had spoken at length at the police station that afternoon.
Nothing wrong anymore. Just a bit dizzy.
Dizzy, of course, but the wound is minor. It won't lay a man low.
Only now did Roger notice that his head was wrapped in some sort of cloth strip. It was wound several times around his forehead and half covered his eyes as well. He carefully nudged it with his finger to widen his field of vision. And then he saw right beside him a familiar figure, large and hulking.
"Oh, Pullinen!"
he exclaimed with joy.
"Oh, Sherlock Holmes with 3 stars,"
Pullinen replied, bending down.
"You're still alive. I feared the worst. You were white as snow and covered in blood."
"Well, well, well,"
said Roger slowly, gathering his thoughts. So that was how it was. They were all here now. Oh, yes. He turned with a sharp jerk to the other side, searching with his eyes for the familiar figure of the policeman. In doing so, his gaze fell on the table, on Nilsson's hunched form. His face was as calm as usual. Barely a perceptible hint of a smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. He had lit a cigarette and was staring down at the table as if reading an interesting book. That man has no nerves at all, thought Roger, and let his gaze slide onward. The familiar policeman stood in the doorway, issuing some sort of orders into the next room.
"Commissioner,"
said Roger.
"may I trouble you with a few words?"
The commissioner stepped closer.
"Of course,"
he said.
"How was it there? At Kaivopuisto?"
"The Estonian gentleman was not found, but—"
A pained line drew across Roger's face.
"Not found?"
he said, almost mournfully.
"The entire house was searched thoroughly. The gentleman was not there. But in return we obtained other rich and interesting goods, a whole cargo of spirits and other strong drinks, and certain important clues suggesting that the two men living there were somehow connected to this apartment here. A closer investigation will certainly clarify the matter further. For now, however, we have enough evidence to place these two gentlemen here in secure quarters. How did your conversation go here?"
Roger was deep in thought.
"Nothing concrete, but we shall see."
The commissioner smiled.
"To you, Mr. Roger, we must in any case be sincerely grateful. We have stumbled upon leads that promise to be of the utmost importance to all of Finland, but we shall discuss all of that further. You are tired now. You have earned a thorough rest. Tomorrow morning early we hope to see you again. Then perhaps we will take up the matter of this Mr. Tenzing for closer examination as well. For now we have enough to do clarifying this spirits affair, which you appear to have stumbled upon quite unwittingly, fortunately for all of Finland. We shall conduct a small search here now. You will excuse us for a moment."
The commissioner disappeared into the next room. From there came the clatter and rattle of cupboards and desk drawers being opened. Pullinen sat on the edge of a chair, beside Roger.
"Well, dear Mihkel Topsmann, now you can finally become Roger again. Mr. Topsmann has done his work. Mr. Topsmann may go. Get up now properly and I'll take you home to bed. That's enough for today. They don't need you here anymore anyway. I too have been quite shaken by this whole drama, and a proper rest wouldn't go amiss. I walked around down on the street as if in a burning furnace, eyes fixed on the second floor. And when that window shattered, I was up like lightning. But before me, the police squad was already thundering at the door. Cleverly, they had arranged the whole thing."
"Not entirely, though. We forgot about the door completely." "Yes. How did you actually get inside?"
"Simply, some woman opened the door. Lord knows what her role might have been at Nilsson's place. A pretty miss she was, tall and slender, but she doesn't seem to be much of a friend to Nilsson, otherwise she wouldn't have rushed to open the door. She was terribly pale, eyes full of fear. Well, yes, then we burst in and found 3 men here, 2 terrified out of their wits, and 1 crumpled on the floor behind a chair. It was not a pretty picture. My heart stopped. But well, now everything seems to be in order again. Only you've become a famous hero overnight. Let's go."
"Let's go indeed,"
said Roger, his mind elsewhere.
"This is not a good place to be."
They rose, Roger having to step very carefully, for his head was humming and his balance kept threatening to desert him. He cast one more quick glance at Nilsson and Grunewald, then walked with Pullinen's support into the next room.
Look, there sits that pretty miss by the wall. She's even paler than before."
Roger cast an involuntary glance in the indicated direction, and at that same moment sank with his full weight into Pullinen's arms. Visions, apparitions, hallucinations of sick nerves, delirious phantoms of a confused brain, or... Roger summoned every ounce of strength and stared, riveted, at the small armchair by the wall. There sat Miss Usen, pale and her eyes full of fear. They sat together in Pullinen's study, Roger and Miss Usen. Supper had been eaten. The family had gone off to sleep away the events of this extraordinary day. Pullinen had called a doctor, the little wound was bandaged expertly, and now Roger felt that his head was growing clearer with every passing minute. It was all like a dream. Only after long struggle and effort had he come to believe that this was truly Miss Usen and not a spectre from another world. And then Pullinen had brought the surprising guest home, along with Roger.
2 Estonians under my roof, each more peculiar than the last,
Miss Usen leaned back into the depths of the armchair. A faint rosy color was beginning to gather in her cheeks. Her eyes had taken on a calmer cast. Only her lips were still bloodless under the influence of past ordeals and pressed convulsively together.
Now, Miss Usen, don't leave me suffering in the grip of terrible curiosity any longer. Tell it at length and in full, with every detail. I shall suppress all my questions and let you speak in peace.
Miss Usen held a caressing and tender gaze on Roger.
I shall do so at once, Mr. Roger. Only one question first of all.
Please.
Tell me honestly, do you have any suspicious thoughts about me at the moment?
Suspicious?
Yes, as if I had some sort of bad connections with this whole affair. With Nilsson, with Grunewald, with Tenzing's disappearance. Tell me, please, openly.
Roger smiled hesitantly.
I really can't think of anything at all. This is all so strange, unexpected, bewildering. You might even say, the best thing would be for you to explain this miraculous story, how you came to be here, everything.
Miss Usen sank still deeper into the cushions, pressed her eyes shut for a moment.
Very well,
she said quietly.
I shall speak then. It is rather a longer story. I must begin from further back. And I confess, it is quite an intimate story, touching deeply upon my family, which is why I ask.
Roger interjected encouragingly.
You may rest assured, not a single syllable will go beyond these walls.
Thank you. So then, family matters are at play. As you know, I am my father's only daughter. I don't remember my mother. After half a year, I was left an orphan, and my father a widower. We were relatively well off. A large stone house on Longa Street belonged to us. We lived a quiet life from day to day, without great worries or upheavals. I finished secondary school, and there were various plans for the future, but those remained merely plans. From that point on, the cruel hands of fate struck our small world, and the shocks began. My father is a comparatively quiet and retiring man, but he always nursed a distant dream of becoming enormously rich. It was a kind of half-morbid idée fixe. To be a millionaire, to be a magnate, a leading figure in the world of finance. That became his undoing. Driven by his fanatical obsession with money, he somehow, half by accident, fell in with a crowd of spirit smugglers, and from then on, he began to see his dreams coming true. At first, he was only a small-scale partner, but when business showed handsome profits, he began staking ever larger and larger sums. But that crowd knows no mercy. Every thought on their side is considered perfectly fine and noble. And so they swindled poor father out of every penny. The house had to be sold, and large debts hung over him besides. This had a devastating effect on father. All his dreams had shattered. Poverty and misery had been brought to the house. At first he concealed everything from me rather cleverly, but after the ruin he could no longer do so, and one evening of candor he explained everything to me. I comforted him as best I could, offered my help to get back on our feet. I believed in a new beginning, and everything would have gradually been set right again had that former crowd left us in peace. Using the fear and dread that naturally ruled father, the fear of losing his good name and mine, they kept coming back at shorter or longer intervals to torment him. Now they wanted to draw him in as a partner again, now to co-sign promissory notes, now to help with all manner of tasks. Father had to agree to some of it under duress, though he tried to do everything possible to free himself from the bad company. There were several men, types unknown to me. Only one I knew slightly and by name, Peter Grunewald. As far as they knew, I had no inkling of their operations, but through father I knew all their intentions and plans. One of their meeting places was, among others, a small house in the backyard of the Ucantali poorhouse, the caretaker's quarters. They dragged Father there a couple of times, too, by threats and intimidation. I was completely at a loss. Gladly would I have exposed the whole gang completely, but fear for Father's fate pressed me into desperate silence. So the days passed, and then I became acquainted with Mr. Robert Tensing. I must be candid here and confess, I was bound to that gentleman by the most rational of ties. When the relationship progressed to a marriage proposal, I accepted for Father's sake. I hoped that as the wife of such a man, I could also rescue Father from the clutches of his enemies, since they would undoubtedly have feared operating in the close orbit of such an influential man. Perhaps I was too naive in my calculations, who knows? But that was the conclusion I reached. Besides, well, a woman is a woman. I thought, what knight should one wait for after all? So that was how things stood. One day, it was around the middle of last week, Father came home one afternoon in an extremely agitated state. I noticed at once something was afoot again on that front. At first, he would not say a single word, but naturally I could not rest until everything was clear. And what emerged was quite horrifying. Father had again been taken to Ucantali Street regarding some ongoing transaction, and while there, left alone in the room for a moment, he had happened to read a letter addressed to Finland to a certain Mr. Nilsson. The letter said that the preliminary work with Tensing was approaching its final stage, and that in the coming days they would put the little fellow between the knives. We did not know anything concrete to think, but there was something dreadful about their intentions. That much was clear. What to do? Inform Tensing? But then all of Father's connections would have come to light, and that was unthinkable. We lived those days as if in hell, and then finally we decided to warn Tensing with an anonymous letter. At least that much. Father wrote the letter, and choosing a time when I knew Tensing would not be at home, Father went and delivered the letter. That was on Sunday evening around 10 o'clock, when I knew Tensing would certainly be at a meeting. I myself was at a wedding at the time, as you may recall, and tried to be very cheerful, though it proved difficult.
How did Father get inside?
Roger could no longer listen calmly. Miss Usen blushed deeply.
The thing is, it's rather embarrassing to say, but there was one way. I was Tensing's fiancée, after all, and I had an apartment key. It had been obtained just in case. Though, I confess, I never once had the chance to use it. Now, however, it was of great help. Father slipped inside and pushed the letter under Tensing's door. Then, yes, allow me to digress for a moment. A small detail. On the way back, Father nearly collided with Grunwald. He was walking toward your building and, can you guess with whom? With the wicked madam. Your housekeeper, the charwoman. Apparently.
Roger whistled and leapt to his feet.
Aha!
He exclaimed excitedly.
Now quite a few things are becoming clear.
Miss Usen regarded him in surprise.
Mr. Roger, allow me to say, you are a complete mystery to me, but I have deliberately held back my burning questions. Let me first try to explain my own situation. At the dinner table, you saw, I was watching you like a monkey.
Roger calmed down, sat back on the bed.
Very well, I shall explain my own adventures too, but this story is truly fascinating. Please, do go on.
Well then, the letter was there.
The young lady continued.
But the next morning, a dreadful truth came to light. We had arrived too late with our warning. Tensing had already been drawn into the danger. We knew from the very first moment who the kidnappers were. Father and I were like headless chickens, unable to grasp at anything. Going to the police? Yes, that would have cast suspicion on Father first and foremost, and secondly, there was no hope that any good would come of it either. We had no concrete evidence whatsoever, only that chance letter. I thought all those days, what to do? I agonized and burned from one extreme to the other. Do you remember that visit to your place? You can imagine how my heart was pounding. I was on the verge of bursting into tears the whole time, barely managing to keep myself composed. That is why I was also sharper than is my usual manner. You said you were traveling to Finland, and it was as if a knife cut through my heart, for I could well guess that Tenzing's journey too was headed in that direction. The next day, I could bear it no longer. I set out to find Grunewald, to somehow influence him. I was risking everything by doing so, but I could not hold back any longer. Then it turned out that Grunewald was nowhere to be found, and someone knew to say that he had been seen at the harbor, near a ship bound for Finland. It was clear. Finland was in play. Father and I deliberated through another night and decided, I must travel to Finland. And at once, for there was no telling what evil they intended for Tenzing. And so today, I boarded the airplane and flew here. I have been moving as if in a dream, and I still am, even now. I arrived around noon and hurried directly toward the address Father had secretly read, heading for the residence of a certain Mr. Nilsson. I arrived just in time. Grunewald was there too. He had seen me a few times before and was startled, of course. This Mr. Nilsson, however, was a very amiable sort, spoke politely and with reserve. I could not, of course, remain sufficiently calm. I was driven nearly to madness with agitation, and so my overtures produced no results whatsoever. They both laughed and explained that I, too, had been led astray. They claimed to know nothing about Mr. Tenzing. Grunewald was angry and kept pressing. Would I say where I had obtained such information? I kept silent, of course. I fell into confusion and was half hysterical. Mr. Nilsson led me to some back room, offered refreshing drinks, and then asked me to be alone for a moment. I sat, broken, on a chair. Everything was muddled in my head. I was exhausted and dazed. I drifted like that for quite some time. Suddenly, I heard someone was rattling the door, again and again. Agitated voices could be heard, a threatening tone. I sprang to my feet as if by instinct, ran into the corridor and opened the door. Policemen. They surged through the hall into Nilsson's study, where just before I had been having my conversations. And when I followed them and was able to cast my gaze into the room, I fell as if under a spell. You were there, leaning back, pale as death.
Miss Usen felt tremors rising in her throat. Her tender nerves began to ache again.
That is how it was,
she whispered.
Everything else is a boundless mystery to me. And I beg you, Mr. Roger, how do things stand now? How did you come to be? And in general, what has happened in the meantime? How is Tenzing?
Roger gazed for a moment at the trembling girl. He rose to his feet and walked silently about the room. Tap, tap, tap went his quiet steps.
You said, Miss Usen,
Roger spoke after a little while,
that the headquarters of those suspicious characters was some sort of boarding house in Jukental?
That is right. A small little house in the back courtyard.
Jukental, Jukental. Roger's agitated thoughts raced. Where the devil had he already heard that name today? No one had spoken Estonian with him. And yet, as if somewhere... Yes. Roger halted in the middle of the room as if struck by a secret blow. Kaivo puisto. Estonian had been spoken there after all. How thoroughly his head must have been scrambled for that to have slipped into oblivion. And there they had spoken of Jukental, that it was said to be in poor condition. Roger strode decisively up to Miss Usen.
Dear Miss, do not take it amiss, but I must step out again for just a moment. Only a very small but urgent matter. I shall be right back. Wait for me. Then I will explain everything to you."
Step out!
exclaimed the young lady in alarm.
Right now. Where to?
Do not worry. A perfectly innocent errand. I am only sending a short telegram to Estonia. I shall be back in 10 minutes.
But your head.
That is nothing. Sit here and wait calmly. Taxis drive quickly.
Roger swiftly dispatched that small but vital piece of business. The content of the telegram was matter-of-fact and laconic. Criminal police, Tallinn. Tensing can be expected there in the course of tonight or tomorrow. He is being held in a house in the back courtyard, behind the Jukental boarding house. Other parties involved here under arrest. Roger. Then the weary sleuth hurried back to the Vuorikatu house. Miss Usen was waiting anxiously, and upon returning to the room, Roger noticed a sparkling brightness in the girl's eyes that set his exhausted blood coursing vigorously once more. There was much to tell and tense explanations about the days that had passed. Hour joined hour, and only deep into the night did they think of sleep. Having decided to board the airplane the following morning to return home, Roger escorted the young lady to the door of the hall and extended his hand into her expectantly waiting palm.
"Good night, miss."
Good night, Mr. Roger.
Roger could still feel the handshake pulsing in his palm long afterward. That same day, a thunderbolt struck the entire city. "Robert Tenzing has been found. Journalist Roger is the one who broke the entire story." It was pitch-dark night when the criminal investigators took up their tense positions on Jukental Street, a jet-black autumn night. The wind-driven rain had been falling for a second day, and the suburban street had been churned into a soft mire of mud. They had to stand with keen vigilance hour after hour. Every suspicious figure was examined with the utmost attention. Then they came. In the small hours of the morning. A black automobile lurched at high speed along the swaying street, heedless of the mud splashing all around. They stopped in front of the boarding house, and the car door had barely been flung open when a tight cluster of pursuers surrounded the nocturnal party. 2 unknown men, one of them at the wheel, and Mr. Robert Tenzing. There was no lengthy discussion. Only a few categorical sentences flew. The car was started up again, and the journey began, one that apparently seemed to Tenzing to be the last in a series of arduous wanderings. The interrogation commenced at once. The 2 unknown men were locked up for the time being, and attention turned to Tenzing's most promising account. The politician was thoroughly broken. Of the former authoritative and unapproachable public figure, only a pale shadow remained. He had grown a full beard, his cheeks had sunk into deep hollows, the last drop of blood had drained from his face. His clothes were in extreme disarray, some rag of fabric in place of a collar. He sat, crushed and slumped, on the edge of a chair, hands limp in his lap, a sickly and frightened gleam in his eyes.
"Mr. Tenzing,"
said the examining magistrate, who along with other officials had been summoned from his sleep.
"We are confronted with an unprecedented surprise. I shall say it plainly. I do not believe my own eyes. But let us try to return to reality and clarify at least some of these mysterious matters. I know how terribly exhausted you are, esteemed sir, and it is really a sin to torment you further. But there appear to be many circumstances here that cannot brook delay. We therefore ask you for a brief account, only the most essential facts. Tomorrow we can delve into the details. Forgive us, but this is also in your interest."
Tenzing looked about him in dismay. He watched all those standing around with timid horror, as if bewitched. Then he let his head sink back onto his chest, wearily raised his hand, and spoke softly, as if to himself.
"I am exhausted. I cannot.
Just a few words, Mr. Tenzing.
For a long while a painful silence reigned in the quiet room. Then came halting, fleeing syllables.
I do not know. I have nothing to say.
This had a crushing, soul-numbing effect on everyone. The examining magistrate nevertheless tried to hold a firm line.
We understand, Mr. Tenzing, that you have been severely threatened and ordered to remain silent. It is natural that the ordeals you have endured have robbed you of your courage, have thrust you into what one might call a desperate void. But I wish to emphasize that from this point forward you need not fear any threat whatsoever. You are entirely under our protection and, what is most important, the criminals are in a secure place, and you need not fear them any longer. These two men here, and others besides.
Tenzing raised his haggard head.
Others besides?
He asked in dismay.
Precisely so. In a word, we shall destroy that entire nest down to its roots. We have nearly all the evidence in hand already, but you understand your account would nonetheless greatly ease the course of the investigation.
In truth, there was no evidence whatsoever, apart from Roger's astonishing telegram, which had struck everyone on the scene like a voice from another world. But Tenzing's condition demanded categorical assurances. Of this, the examining magistrate was well aware. Tenzing withdrew entirely into himself. His hands trembled and his face grew even paler than before. Then something broke in his entire being. The last thread snapped in his shattered nervous system. His eyes filled with tears. A powerful sob convulsed his entire body.
So, it is, then, Lord God, I can bear no more. I shall tell everything. Heaven help me.
He had not even tried to conceal his shattered state. He forgot the strangers around him, poured out his heart like a cup that had been filled to the brim.
It was on a Sunday in the afternoon. I remember it clearly, although much else has become confused. I came from a meeting. I was somewhat agitated. There were many pressing matters on the agenda, more thinking and deliberating to be done than perhaps ever before. I went to my room and lay down on the bed to rest for a moment. Then there came a knock at the door. That is where it began, that terrible business. Two men entered, completely unknown to me, the very same ones who are still in the car. Some premonition stabbed through my heart, and I leapt to my feet. "Mr. Tenzing," they said without preamble, "dress at once in warmer clothing and come with us." I was astounded. What? What does this mean? It means nothing, I was told. Put on your coat at once and follow us. But quickly and without objection, they stood in the middle of the floor, menacing and threatening. I sensed the worst, retreated toward the other room where my revolver lay on the nightstand. But I had scarcely made a few movements when they wordlessly lunged at me. I tried desperately to resist, but it was of little use. They pressed a cloth into my mouth, seized me bodily, and carried me downstairs. An automobile was waiting at the door. I was thrown in, and the car was set to full speed. One man took the wheel, the same one as today. The other sat beside me, a firearm in his hand. Neither spoke a word. I was pressed into a corner of the car, my mouth stuffed with cloth, utterly confounded and shaken to the core. We drove for a long time. Dark night surrounded us. I could not gauge the hours, but an entire eternity seemed to pass before someone reached out and pulled the gag from my mouth. "You see, we are quite civilized," he said. "But one single sound from you, and then..." He gestured threateningly with the firearm. The car hurtled onward. I lay spent and stupefied, sinking into some hallucinatory sleep. Then they shook me suddenly awake. I opened my eyes. The car had stopped. "Get out," ordered the man sitting beside me. But not one sound. I staggered out. It was pitch dark. We tramped through mud and water until I suddenly caught such a familiar scent. The sea. My heart stopped. I halted involuntarily. "Forward," came the command. "What is this? What is going on?" I stammered. "What do you want from me?" "Silence." I was barked at and received a hard blow to the back. As if in a dream, I walked on. Then we were at the water's edge. A few figures moved about with lanterns. By the flickering light I saw,
a motorboat rocking on the waves. I made anguished attempts to resist, but before I even fully grasped what was happening, I was already in the boat. The engines began to drone, the boat swung in a wide arc. We raced at full speed toward the open sea. Then I collapsed. My senses failed. My nerves no longer functioned. I lay in the cabin nook, barely conscious. When I awoke, it was already light outside. A thick fog covered the sea. In the cabin, a dim half-darkness prevailed. I pulled myself upright and looked around. Opposite me sat a powerfully built man, still the same one, and he cast an amused glance in my direction. "Good morning," he said. "We shall be there shortly. Do not be afraid. We are not going to throw you into the sea." The engines soon grew quieter and steadier. With a hard jolt, we struck against the shore. "Out now," the man commanded. "But quickly, and not one unnecessary movement. You understand what that would mean." I had not even the strength to do anything. I clambered out. We were on a high rocky shore. From there a path led along a narrow footway upward. I could see nothing around me. It was still so dark that the eye could make out only hazy masses of rock and the occasional tree here and there. Then we reached a small 2-story house. The doors were open. I was shoved quickly inside. We walked along a dark corridor, then climbed a narrow staircase and were soon in a small square room. "Wait here," the man said. "Do what you like, sleep or play Ring Around the Rosie. It makes no difference, but the moment you raise an alarm, you are a dead man. I shall be standing guard right here." I was left alone in the room. An electric light burned on the ceiling. In the corner stood a bed and a small table. The window had been boarded shut from the outside. I sank dazedly onto the bed and tried to gather my thoughts, but that proved impossible. My body ached and my nerves ached. I paced about the room. That calmed me slightly. On the table I found a drinking mug of milk and some open-faced sandwiches. I took a sip of milk but had no appetite for eating. Where am I? In what place? Who could possibly benefit from all of this? And in which direction? I could find no foothold whatsoever. I then lay down on the bed and tried to doze. I managed it only briefly. The next moment I was already jolting awake, and the full horror of my situation rose before my eyes in all its magnitude. I suffered on like this. Who could say how long? In any event, a very long time must have passed before the lock turned, and the man I already knew stepped in. With him was someone else, a young man with a coarse face, who, however, did not speak a word. I pulled myself upright and regarded them with terrified fascination. "Now, Mr. Tenzing," said the man, taking some sheaf of papers from his pocket, "let us get down to business. I have been tasked with obtaining from you under forceful order certain signatures on these papers here. Your name is known in Finland, and you need not fear that banks would reject instruments bearing such an endorsement." He laughed an ugly laugh as he said this. "Signatures?" I said in confusion. "On promissory notes?" "On promissory notes," he confirmed. "To be precise, on multiple promissory notes, some for discounting at Finnish banks, some for Estonia. The total amount is unimportant. I shall only say this much for your reassurance. It will be a rather substantial blow to your honor and person. So then, if you please, at once." I sank back onto the bed, pressed myself against the wall. "Resistance will avail you nothing," the man explained with crude arrogance. "It will only make matters worse for you, because you will have to sign in any case." "Scoundrels!" I cried from the corner of the bed. The man smiled. "Very well," he said. "I have informed you of your obligations toward us and the price at which you may regain your freedom. That will do for now. I shall return shortly, and by then you will perhaps have come to your senses." They both left the room. I lay in a stupor, slept in nightmarish dreams, flailed about like a bird in a cage, paced the room, powerless and helpless. Food was brought to me. That coarse-faced young man served as the bearer, but I touched nothing. Then the promissory note man came again. I did not answer a single word. He left just the same. Hours, or perhaps days, passed. I had no sense of the passage of time. And then I felt that I was finished, that I could not hold out any longer. When they came with their next visit, I yielded. I gave my signatures. I did not even look to see what sums those papers bore. "There. Thank you very much," said the man. "Now, however, you must of course bear in mind that these transactions must remain entirely secret. That goes without saying. When the due dates arrive, you must naturally see to it yourself how to meet them. But I assure you that should a single syllable of this entire affair pass your lips into the public sphere, our judgment will be swift and final. There will be no more talk of automobile rides, naturally. You see, we have sufficient power and means for anything. I was left alone. I was resigned to everything, if only I could be set free. And that came sooner than I had dared believe. Only a very short time later, that man appeared in the room again. My eyes were bound. I was led along some hilly paths, and suddenly I found myself on a motorboat. The engines rumbled. We put out to sea. That is really all there is to it. After a very, very long time, we reached our destination. We did make several stops along the way. And it was a pitch-dark night when we stepped into the automobile again. Then, yes, then, came everything else, which you already know.
Tenzing spoke his last syllables in a deathly exhausted voice. He was tormented with no further questions. He was quickly led to an automobile and taken into the care of physicians. In the far corner of a small cafe, Roger and Miss Usen had found themselves a suitable place for conversation. It was afternoon, and they were the cafe's only patrons.
So today poor old Grunwald could no longer hold out,
Roger was saying.
The old fellow and the coarse-faced young man from the mysterious castle house of the Kaivo Puisto home lunches were driven into a dead end by cross-examination, and through that Grunwald's true face was also revealed. The few days he had been here, he kept himself firmly in hand, but today he broke. Apparently it had indeed been so. Extortion and so forth. But about Nilsson, he remained silent. Said he was merely a friend of that gentleman, and nothing more. He claimed to know nothing about the spirits trade. That last matter will of course be investigated by the Finnish authorities, and no doubt through that channel it too will somehow be uncovered. That road does not really concern us in any case. In the Eukental boarding house, at any rate, nothing suspicious was found, so your father can rest quite easy.
My heart aches most of all on account of that matter,
said Miss Usen.
There is nothing to worry about, even if Nilsson's affairs are exposed, and that will certainly happen, for the cellars of the Kaivo Puisto house were packed full of expensive liquors. Your father's connection is still so remote and so long past that you need not fear a thing. For the time being, then, it is now established that Grunwald was pursuing very dark paths together with a larger organization, the supreme commander of which appears to be Nilsson. Apparently the men were struck by a financial crisis in carrying out their operations, and so they chose such methods of procurement. The organization was powerful. Automobiles, motorboats, all manner of henchmen and so forth, so they could be confident of success, but, well, in Finland at any rate, the ground was already growing hot under their feet quite soon. For my unexpected maneuvers and your appearance were extremely threatening and dangerous. They then sent Tenzing back to Estonia in haste. Grunewald had forwarded that order to wait a few more days and see how far our knowledge extended. But things went rather differently.
Who could have guessed that such criminal geniuses...
The young lady smiled.
But of course, the delightful thing is that my wicked old crone had also been made a party to the affair for a tidy sum. The poor old dear confessed everything. She had let the gentleman in, and while rummaging through my pockets, she had apparently been doing that systematically, she found the suspicious letter to Tenzing and promptly destroyed it, just to be safe. That all-important blue envelope? She would have been wiser in any case to have passed it on intact to Grunewald. But she apparently had no further opportunity to meet that gentleman, and so she hastily and swiftly tore the precious letter to pieces. Only one small strip fell to the floor. One thing alone I do not understand, why she did not tidy the ransacked room in time. That would have greatly hampered the entire exposure. Perhaps in the great agitation they forgot to instruct her to do so. Who knows? And Grunewald no longer had access to get in later, for the police were already on the scene. He then departed for Finland with a calm heart to report to Nilsson on the execution of the enterprise. He did not forget to bring along a small selection of trade samples, of course. In any case, there was much cruelty and recklessness in those gentlemen, although Nilsson was indeed a very refined gentleman, and poor Tenzing suffered greatly. It is fortunate that his promissory notes are now void.
How is Tenzing's health?
Asked Miss Usen quietly.
Have you not been to see him?
The young lady was silent.
No,
she said then in a whisper.
The gentleman is in rather poor condition at present. His nerves are completely shattered, but he will recover. The doctors are very optimistic. Your future in any case?
Roger broke off mid-sentence. He busied himself quickly with his coffee cup, directed his gaze elsewhere. Miss Usen blushed deeply, but she mastered her embarrassment comparatively quickly.
I feel wretched and burdened,
she said gravely.
But I sense that with Tenzing, in that respect, everything will remain broken off. It is painful because I must make his dark hours even darker still, but one thing is nevertheless decisive, and that is the voice of my heart.
In the girl's lashes there flashed a brightness that was directed straight into Roger's eyes.
I see,
said Roger.
Tenzing too will understand the voice of the heart and will make no reproach. Such was fate. And about that fate, I am now writing fascinating stories for my readers. The first installment appears today, across 5 columns. Would...
Roger fell silent, clearing his throat. He took a sip of coffee and then completed his awkward sentence.
Would Miss Usen come here again tomorrow for a little hour of conversation?
I will.
That joyfully exclaimed word said everything. Roger had the feeling that blazing fireworks had been set off with a shout of triumph.